class faculty. We have representations from almost all the states of India amongst the student and the faculty. The university motto is Vidyadhanam Sarvdhan Pradhanam, meaning knowledge is dearest of all treasures. The university has been lucky to have visionaries like Professor Moolchand Sharma, Major General Ranjit Singh, and Professor Ramesh Chand Kohad as its first three vice chancellors. The university campus shifted its temporary campus at Government College Narnaul to the main campus at Jat-Pali Mahendragarh in 2013. Our university has grown from strength to strength in terms of number of courses offered, faculty, and students enrolled in various courses since our inception. The current trend and the emphasis is on skill-based courses so that students become future entrepreneurs is one of the priority areas of this university. The university is running 3 vocational courses under Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Kendra for realizing the Skill India mission of Government of India and thus enabling people from nearby villages to learn profitable entrepreneurship. Swami Dayanand Saraswati Chair has been established. Its main objective is to propagate Swami Dayanand Saraswati's vision for social reform and impeccable character. In this information technology age, every citizen needs to be digitally literate. All our students are exposed to new technology by way of smart classrooms, fully Wi-Fi campus with internet availability 24/7 at 1 Gbps speed, both in classrooms and the hostels. Our library is providing rich collection of digital content such as e-books, research journals, magazines, reports, encyclopedia, reference books, theses and dissertations, etc. The library is fully automated. All its holding is available at click of mouse. All special lectures are telecasted live on university website for benefit of everyone. The Fit India program of Government of India has been implemented in the university. The students and the faculty are encouraged to take part in morning and evening yoga classes. The students actively participate in various sports activities. Cycling and walking to work is encouraged. Healthy and nutritious food is served in hostels. Well-stocked gyms are available for girls and boys separately. The infrastructure complements the environment of fruitful learning and teaching. We have approximately 500 acres of campus. 80% of this area is lush green. The concepts of green building are followed in construction. Environment-friendly buildings are energy efficient and aesthetic. We are keen to protect trees, vegetation, and bird habitats in our campus. The university is having its own nursery in the campus. Water harvesting facilities there and artificial lakes are created to develop natural ambience to attract the birds. Other infrastructural facilities include 100 kilowatt solar power plant, sewage treatment plant, 3 electrical substations, banking facility, post office, shopping complex, transport facility, residential complex, separate girls and boys hostels, university guest house and university health center. 3 new academic blocks and 1 administrative block has been constructed in the university recently, also a helipad for VVIP visits. All the classrooms and faculty rooms are air-conditioned for comfortable learning. Seminar halls are available on every floor for special lectures. The university sincerely aspires to be a center of excellence in cutting-edge research. All schools have multidisciplinary approach with focus on applied part of learning. The university is encouraging the students to take up research projects regarding the local flora and fauna. We are keen to solve the problems due to stubble burning in the national capital region. The largest proportion of Indian population is employed in agricultural sector. We are determined to pursue the research aligned to the local problems and issues so as to increase the profits in farming and thereby having an everlasting impact on the quality of life of this region. We have started a tradition of inviting local farmers and entrepreneurs in all our special lectures and conferences so that scientists and farmers can collectively discuss the issues bothering them. Central University of Haryana is established with also a far-sighted vision of developing this area. The university has adopted 10 villages in the vicinity under the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan of Government of India. The university fraternity keeps on organizing various awareness activities for the upliftment of local natives such as Swachh Bharat, blood donation camps, science exhibitions, etc. This university is running a school named Abhilasha in the campus for educating the children of the laborers working in the university infrastructure constructions. A new tradition has been started by this university to grant degrees in convocation in traditional Indian attires, a deviation from colonial past. The students of the university organize various cultural activities, festivals under the guidance of experienced faculty members. Central University of Haryana represents a mini India. As the students from all over India are studying here, unity in diversity is reflected in CUH. The students from different states celebrate their festivals in the hostels and campus. Everyone actively participates in such celebrations. These celebrations, whereas widen the students' exposure, also increase the cultural harmony among all. The most beautiful part of this campus for the students and parents is to look forward to is the serene atmosphere, natural beauty of the campus, bird sanctuary-like feeling, everlasting view of mountains, best air quality index in the NCR, secure environment, unity in diversity, and teachers on a mission to make you the brightest of the all. Jai Hind.
आ गया आनंद का फोन। मैं कह दूँ मैं भी नहा रहा हूँ। हेलो, मैं तो सर अभी बस नहा के निकलूंगा।
Welcome to the Central University of Haryana, one of the youngest central universities established by the Act of Parliament in 2009. Entering into the 11th year of its establishment, the university has earned the reputation of an emerging academic force in National Capital Region. Continuously expanding the academic horizon, the university now offers 61 academic programs in 34 departments organized into 11 schools. We have been accredited with A grade by NAC. The 488-acre lush green campus in the lap of majestic Aravali Hills is home to about 2,700 students and about 200 highly qualified world-class faculty. We have representations from almost all the states of India amongst the student and the faculty. The university motto is Vidyadhanam Sarvdhan Pradhanam, meaning knowledge is dearest of all treasures. The university has been lucky to have visionaries like Professor Moolchand Sharma, Major General Ranjit Singh, and Professor Ramesh Chand Kohad as its first 3 vice-chancellors. The university campus shifted its temporary campus at Government College Narnaul to the main campus at Jat-Pali Mahendragarh in 2013. Our university has grown from strength to strength in terms of number of courses offered, faculty, and students enrolled in various courses since our inception. The current trend and the emphasis is on skill-based courses so that students become future entrepreneurs is one of the priority areas of this university. The university is running 3 vocational courses under Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Kendra for realizing the Skill India mission of Government of India and thus enabling people from nearby villages to learn profitable entrepreneurship. Swami Dayanand Saraswati Chair has been established. Its main objective is to propagate Swami Dayanand Saraswati's vision for social reform and impeccable character. In this information technology age, every citizen needs to be digitally literate. All our students are exposed to new technology by way of smart classrooms, fully Wi-Fi campus, with internet availability 24/7 at 1 Gbps speed, both in classrooms and the hostels. Our library is providing a rich collection of digital content such as e-books, research journals, magazines, reports, encyclopedia, reference books, theses and dissertations, etc. The library is fully automated. All its holding is available at click of mouse. All special lectures are telecasted live on university website for benefit of everyone. The Fit India program of Government of India has been implemented in the university. The students and the faculty are encouraged to take part in morning and evening yoga classes. The students actively participate in various sports activities. Cycling and walking to work is encouraged. Healthy and nutritious food is served in hostels. Well-stocked gyms are available for girls and boys separately. The infrastructure complements the environment of fruitful learning and teaching. We have approximately 500 acres of campus. 80% of this area is lush green. The concepts of green building are followed in construction. Environment-friendly buildings are energy efficient and aesthetic. We are keen to protect trees, vegetation and bird habitats in our campus. The university is having its own nursery in the campus. Water harvesting facilities there and artificial lakes are created to develop natural ambience to attract the birds. Other infrastructural facilities include 100 kilowatt solar power plant, sewage treatment plant, 3 electrical substations, banking facility, post office, shopping complex, transport facility, residential complex, separate girls and boys hostels, university guest house and university health center. 3 new academic blocks and 1 administrative block has been constructed in the university recently, also a helipad for VVIP visits. All the classrooms and faculty rooms are air conditioned for comfortable learning. Seminar halls are available on every floor for special lectures. The university sincerely aspires to be a center of excellence in cutting edge research. All schools have multidisciplinary approach with focus on applied part of learning. The university is encouraging the students to take up research projects regarding the local flora and fauna. We are keen to solve the problems due to stubble burning in the national capital region. The largest proportion of Indian population is employed in agricultural sector. We are determined to pursue the research aligned to the local problems and issues so as to increase the profits in farming and thereby having an everlasting impact on the quality of life of this region. We have started a tradition of inviting local farmers and entrepreneurs in all our special lectures and conferences so that scientists and farmers can collectively discuss the issues bothering them. Central University of Haryana is established with also a far-sighted vision of developing this area. The university has adopted 10 villages in the vicinity under the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan of Government of India. The university fraternity keeps on organizing various awareness activities for the upliftment of local natives such as Swachh Bharat, blood donation camps, science exhibitions, etc. This university is running a school named Abhilasha in the campus for educating the children of the laborers working in the university infrastructure constructions. A new tradition has been started by this university to grant degrees in convocation in traditional Indian attires, a deviation various cultural activities, festivals under the guidance of experienced faculty members. Central University of Haryana represents a mini India. As the students from all over India are studying here, unity in diversity is reflected in CUH. The students from different states celebrate their festivals in the hostels and campus. Everyone actively participates in such celebrations. These celebrations, whereas widen the students' exposure, also increase the cultural harmony among all. The most beautiful part of this campus for the students and parents is to look forward to is the serene atmosphere, natural beauty of the campus, bird sanctuary-like feeling, everlasting view of mountains, best air quality index in the NCR, secure environment, unity in diversity, and teachers on a mission to make you the brightest of the all. Jai Hind.
Arya.
हेलो जेट सर कौन है ये?
अरे हेलो। हेलो हेलो
Yes, sir, you are audible.
हेलो।
सर आपकी आवाज आ रही है, यू आर लाउड एंड क्लियर।
एक मिनट रुको।
Ravi, now you are able to unmute yourself. Ravi?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am. Just wait for 2 minutes. There is a mic checking of Ravi Yadav. He is not able to join the link. He has joined the link, but he is not able to unmute himself. Just
Okay,
wait
well,
for 2
I'll
minutes.
hold for a moment.
Okay.
कलर पेंसिल है
No color pencil. Dr. Anand? Dr. Anand?
Ravi, if you can hear us, please try to log in using Chrome browser. I have got in touch with my technical team. They are saying that if there is no such restriction that one cannot mute himself, but still if you are facing problem, then please try to log in using Chrome browser.
सुनीता मैडम
Okay.
सुनीता
Shall I
मैडम आवाज
start?
नहीं आ रही
Shall I start?
अपने आपको
Pardon?
हेलो
सुन रहे हैं?
अनम्यूट कीजिए म्यूट
Actually, it's audible to me.
हेलो
I'm waiting for the expert to connect. आपको मेरी voice आ रही है?
हाँ अब आ रही है ठीक है
हाँ, I'm waiting for the expert to connect.
मैं एक नहीं एक्सपर्ट तो ऑलरेडी कनेक्टेड है
नहीं है sir. Divya has rang me up.
अच्छा अच्छा आप ये कह रहा हूँ मोबाइल को एक जगह स्टेबल रख लीजिए टेबल पे सामने बैठ जाइए वो ये हिल रहा है टेबल पे रख के हाँ बैठ जाइए
Now it's okay?
हाँ नहीं मोबाइल को थोड़ा और पोजीशन ठीक करो ये थोड़ा ऐसे छत पे जा रहा है हाँ सामने नहीं और कीजिए हाँ
I hope expert has connected.
यस
Hello? Hello, Divya, can I start?
मैम पोजीशन ठीक नहीं है आपका चेहरा नहीं आ रहा
Divya, can I start?
हाँ अब ठीक है अब ठीक है
Divya? Hello, I hope my voice is audible. Hello? Where can I start? दीदी ऑडियो खोलना है बेटा. वैसे ही बोल रही थी वॉइस तो जाए. हेलो. हाँ मेरी वॉइस आ रही है. हेलो वॉइस आ रही है आनंद जी.
यस मैम, आ रही है आपकी आवाज, कोई इशू नहीं है.
हेलो.
हेलो.
हाँ जी मैडम, दिव्या बात कर रही है. दिव्या बात कर रही है रवि से. 1 मिनट वेट कीजिए.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
यस यस रवि.
Okay, so I joined that meeting with the phone, but just confirm me if you are able to see
Hello?
my screen. Okay.
Yes, your voice is fine.
Okay, let me try to share my screen and just confirm if that works.
मेरी वॉइस आ रही है आपको?
Yes, Dr. Sunita, you are audible. You are very audible.
मुझे आपकी वॉइस बहुत कम आ रही है.
So increase the volume of your laptop.
Okay, can you? Okay, I think we
A very
are-
good morning to all. On the second day of this international webinar on capacity building for managers post-COVID scenario. Today, we have a number of experts on as a speaker for this webinar, and we'll start with the first one, Mr. Ravi Yadav. He is working as a SAP consultant, Infosys Limited, US. I get an opportunity to introduce him first, being a faculty, Department of Management Studies. Mr. Ravi Yadav has more than 8 years of experience in business process analysis and IT consultancy. He has an area of procurement, inventory management, warehouse management, shipment and delivery processing. He has an in-depth knowledge of SCM. He has extensively worked in implementation, rollout, upgrade, and production support projects for clients from agriculture, chemical, high-tech, and automotive. He has completed his education as MBA from NIT Jat-Pali. He is BTech, and he has done a number of projects for the society concerned during his college days. He worked a lot on the digital transformation projects also. So without taking much of the time, I, Dr. Sunita Tanwar, Faculty Department of Management Studies, welcome Mr. Ravi Yadav on the second day of this international webinar. Mr. Ravi Yadav, so can I connect with you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Mr. Ravi Yadav?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible. Yes, you are audible.
Maybe he is trying his connections.
Okay.
Yes, Ravi, you are audible. Very audible.
Okay. Thank you, Sunita ma'am, for the brief introduction. So, hello everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present you the role of emerging.
Mr. Ravi, Mr.
Mr.
Ravi,
Ravi Yadav?
can you
Yes.
raise your voice little bit?
I don't know what has happened.
Somehow, can you raise your voice?
Just a minute, just a minute.
You want me to speak a bit
Yeah, louder.
louder? Okay.
Yeah.
So just give me a minute. Let me try to connect my headphone and probably.
आनंद जी, आपको मेरी वॉइस आ रही है?
आ रही है?
तो मेरे रवि यादव जी कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहे हैं क्या?
नहीं, कनेक्टेड है, अपनी वॉइस रेज कर रहे हैं और कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
अच्छा, वॉइस टेस्टिंग कर रहे
Okay.
हैं।
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Sorry for all these technical glitches and my apologies to everyone. So again, it's my pleasure to join you in this 3 days international webinar on capacity building for managers in post-pandemic scenario. As whole world is struggling to deal with this pandemic, and I can help you to understand some of the challenges and opportunities laying ahead of you. And considering them, you can make your next career move. So in next few slides, I'm going to show you some aspects of what is the new normal and how you can navigate in this pandemic with courage and hope. So as you see the agenda, we'll not, in the considering the limited time, we'll not able to cover all the industries or the business functions, but we'll try to focus on the some of them which are the most impacted and where you can gain most and from all this, the whole presentation. The first topic we are going to discuss is the mobility and the agility in business. So here the most impacted business function is the supply chain disruption. And yesterday, some of the speakers were also discussing on the the supply chain disruption, how the whole supply chain is disrupted with this whole pandemic. So with this disruption, what we are looking forward, the first thing is the diversification. As if you see, the whole world was crumbling around for the ventilators or the PPEs. So what we have learned from them, the over dependence on the maybe few suppliers or the few countries. So what the world will look forward is the diversification of their supply chain, maybe across the geographies and the different vendors. That also gives an opportunity to another developing countries like India, Vietnam, or Mexico to take up some of the manufacturing from the overloaded parts of the China probably. And the next is the decentralized manufacturing. What that means is the one of the reason for the offshoring of this whole manufacturing was the cost. But with this new automation and the robotics, what we have learned is the cost is reduced significantly. So with that, we'll be looking for the nimble and the efficient supply chain, and the manufacturing will happen in the decentralized manner. Like if we are consuming in the US, most of the manufacturing may happen in the US or nearshore countries instead of going to the China or some other countries across the world. And the supply chains should be the flexible. As we see, if let's say the one region is hit, the company should able to move their the sourcing to the different vendors or the suppliers very quickly. It should be like plug and play solution, like indirect procurements. When you go to Alibaba or Amazon and you buy anything from across the world, we need that kind of flexibility in the direct procurement also. The next is the supply chain should be the intelligent. Why it's so important? If you see in the last few months, some of the organizations who embraced the digital transformation, they were very quick to react this situation because they had the visibility of their whole supply chain. Let's say normally you run your demand planning or the requirement planning based on the your months, weeks data or the years data. But considering this situation, you were not having time or the situation was not favorable to use that historical data to do the forecasting.
Ravi, there is a
So,
request from the audience to please speak loud because your voice is very low, a bit low. So please be a bit loud.
okay, how about others? Is it okay now or?
Yeah, it is okay now. You can put the mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
In sometime your voice is okay, sometime it goes low. As you said that, is it okay now? Then what? Okay, then again it goes low. Again,
Okay,
please.
maybe I'll
Now it is
try.
okay. Now it's okay. Adjust your peripherals, equipments like that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so the supply chain should be the intelligent so that we can react in the timely manner and fulfill the customer's demand. So if you have the robust the system to handle this whole data and forecast or demand on a daily basis, so that made your supply chain more efficient to fulfill your customers' demand. The next impacted sector is the airline and the public transport. So if you remember the history, after 9/11, the airline industry was almost gone down and in a catastrophic manner. But still we came back and we thrived in this industry with a very high demand year-on-year basis. So what our governments assured us is the safety. It was they make sure that they put all the measures and make sure that it's safe to travel. Again, we have the same concerns, and what we need to make sure is our travel is we have all the airports and the airplanes are the clean and safe to travel, inclusive and the connected. So with that, if you see how the intelligent technologies are playing the role in this, if you see that contactless travel, that is the new concept which is coming. And the World Economic Forum is developing a mobility platform where people can travel across the countries without even the passport. And that is like facial recognition systems, which can, make your journey, the whole journey as a contactless travel. So with that kind of technologies, we can assure our passengers it's safe to travel with putting all these measures in place. And the next move is in the future cities. If you see the 95% of the cases is mostly in the urban areas, which, you know, reveals that some of the or surfaced some of the inequalities in society. And because even in those 90%, the most affected population is the one who couldn't stop going to their work, the healthcare, the emergency workers, and sanitation or the transport workers. And that also raised a concern that when we brought the concept of social distancing, across the world, there are many cities where the social distancing is just in a myth. We don't have, the people are living in so congested places. You cannot put in a social distancing measures in those cities. So with that, there will be a next wave where the people will be looking for how we can decongest these cities. And if this pandemic continues for a long time, there will be a lot of job losses in the service sector, and there will be reverse urbanization where the people would like to move to the suburbs considering the new norms. And we need the smart cities to handle this kind of situation. If that happens in a city nowadays, countries like India, it's very difficult to communicate with the people in a very agile fashion. So we need the smart cities to handle this kind of a pandemic in the future. So we will be seeing a lot of movement, how we'll design our future cities. And the most important is the business agility. You know, the business needs to be more agile compared to the past. They need to make sure that employees feel safe if they have to work in the office environment. They have to assure their customers they will able to meet their demands in any situation. If you have observed in last few months in US, many stores were running out of stock with the many essential commodities like toilet papers, hand sanitizers, or masks, or anything. So in the future, the business should be more agile to fulfill the customer's demand and, you know, the help to make them feel safe in any situation. And surviving in economic turmoil, that is the most important part considering this situation. What happens if this kind of shutdowns happens again in future? You are seeing in the US, there's a wave of bankruptcy filings. You have seen the big retailers are the filing bankruptcies like JCPenney, Hertz, that kind of big companies who are running their business from maybe more than a century. They are filing the bankruptcies in the US. So they have to be more agile and, you know, to survive and sustain in this kind of environment. And how that can be done, and that can be done using the technology. And what kind of technology we need for the future is, if you see, today we have the platforms like Amazon Web Service, Microsoft Azure, or the cloud. What these cloud solution brought to us, if you follow the news, the US news, in last few days, there are millions of people who are unemployed. And when they go for the filing of the unemployment, all the systems are down. So they're waiting for 4 to 6 weeks just to file their unemployment benefits. So many companies are pitching in, like Google, who pitched in New York, or many other companies who are helping the cities to brought their system up to the speed and who can handle this kind of demand. So if those systems were running the latest technology and the cloud platforms, this demand would have been scaled up in a day itself. So in the future, we need this kind of solutions who can handle any kind of demand, in the scale. And we need the emerging technologies, to deal with this kind of situation. We'll see in the next few slides how these technologies are helping in the each sector to deal with this kind of pandemic. So let me keep watch on the time also. So okay, so the next part is the most important sector where everyone is talking about the health and the pharma, where everyone is looking for some hope, some therapy, treatment therapy, or the vaccine. And across the world, the number of companies are working on these vaccines, so that world can have something to move forward. So let's see what kind of the changes we'll see in the healthcare sector in the future. The first is the telehealth. According to the survey done by the McKinsey, before this pandemic, only 11% people were, ready to take this as a treatment plan, the telehealth. But now 76% people are now interested in using telehealth going forward. So that is the big major change in the how we do, how we handle our healthcare system in the future, and that is the, if we say this kind of scale, that is a $250 billion business what is going to, we will see in the future in the telehealth sector. And the, we put the restrictions for other than the COVID-19, all non-essential healthcare systems were put on hold. But if we have the telehealth kind of facility, even for the non-essential healthcare or the touchless health, we can still go ahead in this kind of scenario. The second part where these emerging technologies are playing the most important role is the real-time visibility and the forecasting. So if you see this screenshot, you can see how sophisticated it is. And with a single click, you can go and check any part of the world's statistics, how many cases are there, confirmed or active, non-active. You can see all kind of statistics, whatever you can think of with a single click. So what made this platform so sophisticated? That is the way the emerging technologies played the role. If you see the collecting the data from the different healthcare systems and putting in a single dashboard and giving the real-time visibility to the world is the where the technology played the role. And if you see in the US, almost every state is using all these new technologies to do the forecasting and how many beds, PPEs, or the ICUs or the ventilators they'll need in the future. They use this data extensively, and so that they could meet the demand. And probably no state ran out of these essentials with this kind of estimates they made. Another most important area is the drug testing and the patient monitoring. It is not only post-pandemic, there were the experiments that were going on before that, but now it plays more important role in doing the vaccine testing or measuring the health parameters of the patients in the real time. That can be done through digital pills, which is just an FDA approved treatment plan where the doctors can put the sensors in the patient body and can monitor their biometric parameters. So now with this pandemic, these big solutions become more important. The reason being, you need the real-time data of the patients, what treatment plans you put in, how the patients are reacting to those treatment plans. And some of the tests you can't do on the humans, so you need some kind of the simulation to test your treatments also, or the vaccines also in future. And there the AI and all other technologies plays the important role in the drug testing and the patient monitoring. And the final in the healthcare is the virtual reality. If you see the virtual reality playing the important role in the educating the students or the any other research scholar, visualizing the processes, how they look like, maybe just in a operation room, or just visualize any uh, cell modeling. So that will give you a kind of the real feel of how the healthcare can be in the future, and how you can teach your students with using the latest technologies and with the least effect on the human beings or the animals with all those experiments. Okay, so the next sector we'll see the major changes are in the workplace and the corporate culture, and we'll see how these intelligent technologies will play an important role uh, to maintain your workplace and the corporate culture. First, we'll see what kind of opportunities which we have, and how these intelligent technologies played the important role in these last few months to for your business continuity. So the new concept what we see, the remote work. As you see, the almost every organization is talking about the remote work or the work from home. This become the one of the best opportunity across the industry to reduce their cost and help their employees to reduce their commute time. If you see the cities in Bangalore where the employee used to spend 1 hour to 3 hours just in commute, so that if that has been reduced, which has improved the work-life balance of the employees, and it has improved their productivity also. According to one of the survey, 44% people working from remote are more happier than compared to the 32% working from the office. So this pandemic and these new technologies help us to embrace this opportunity, at least some silver lining in this whole situation is the some things what we can look forward. The next opportunity is what we have now with this with the new culture or the new normal is the talent diversity. So earlier it was people always focused on the working from the office or in a specific location, but now that will not be the case. So if you look some of the statistics based on some surveys, 87% if any team which is more diverse, 87% times they make the better decision, and those decisions are they delivered 2x faster and 60% better compared to the any team which is less diverse compared to the highly diverse team across the geographies, the race, or the sex. So this pandemic gave us some opportunity to diversify our talent across the geographies or the race across the world. The next is the employee engagement. So earlier we used to have a lot of hierarchies in our organizations, but with current situation, the top executives are directly reaching out to the everyone using this video conferencing or the leadership chat boards. So which has reduced a lot of hierarchies, and it gives more confidence to employees when they feel connected to their top leadership, and when if they can communicate directly to the leadership. That is what this whole millennial generation look forward. And now we have more team connects using the new technologies like the Zoom video conferencing or any video conferencing technology. Now people are utilizing more to connect with the other team members. Also, these technologies like AI and ML, many companies are using it proactively to fix some of the system issues. Let's say if there's some employees working remotely, and if AI and ML can predict if the system will have some problem in a near future, so those things can be automated and those problems can be resolved. So some of the challenges and how we can solve those challenges using these new intelligent technologies we'll see here. So the first, work from home, the biggest challenge is we have a lot of distraction at home, and there are some employees who reported their productivity has gone down working from home. There's many other reasons with that, taking care of family or the kids, because the schools are closed, you have to take care of your own kids at home, and that was a lot of distraction and impacts your productivity. Employee privacy is the another big factor, because many employees are using their personal devices, and companies are monitoring how people are working on those devices, whether they have followed their the corporate policies. Cyber security is another big concern, and the employee moral, definitely it has gone down with this work from home. Even the employees are more happier, but in the long term there will be consequences on the employee moral. Another challenge is the workplace redesign. So earlier the workplaces were like an open culture, single table, and the more connected. Now it will be completely opposite. The workplace will be more distributed, and we how these new technologies will help. There are concepts like contactless office, where using the facial recognition systems, they can allow you to enter in the office premises, and uh, all those you can give the voice commands to enable some of your electronic devices. And also this, using these thermal scanners, you can implement some solutions to make this whole workplace more safe for their employees. Next part where we have challenge is the corporate culture. So all these big organizations, their vision, mission, values, policies are very important to them, and those were not communicated through emails. They are articulated with the people you meet, how you get treated in the office. Like you said, take an example of Google, they used to get a free meal and all. So those kind of with the work cultures people will miss at home, and maybe they will not be articulated in the same fashion how it used to be. But these new technologies can help you to enable as best as possible. So now going to the one of my last slide before we start. Let me quickly check the time. Okay, so we are almost on time. So before we start that question answer session, the last slide where I would like to conclude is, if some of you might have read or heard about the book The World is Flat by the Thomas L. Friedman, which is the New York Times, one of the best columnists. This book talks about, the playing field is leveled. Means, and this book was written in 2005, almost 15 years back. At that time, the author was talking about how this playing field is leveled, how the whole world has the equal opportunities. You take an example in India, China, or across the world, people are getting the similar kind of opportunities. If you see in the IT industry, uh, the same US person has to compete with across the world. And that was in 2005. He brought up that point, the globalization and all those concepts, wherein maybe in the early 2000. But in that book, when he wrote, talk about how the world is flattened with the different technologies, how they have enabled the people across the world to do the same thing and same opportunities available to everyone. But what I say is the world is more flat now compared to the 2005. And let's see how it is today. So in 2005 or 2000, the e-learning was just maybe probably it was a new concept. But today it is the new norm. If you take any university or any institute, they have almost all the courses available online. From earlier, there were challenges. Let's say some of the courses were only taught in the Harvard or Stanford, but now we put all their courses online. And if this pandemic continues, I'm sure, except that lab-based courses, most of them will be available online from across the world. So that gives us the the opportunity to learn from the best resources, upskill ourselves, and move fast in this fast-changing world. And the second flattener is the equal job opportunities across the world. So as I mentioned earlier also, when we talk about the world is flat, now it's more flattened with the this virtualization of the whole workplace. For the same opportunities, anyone can apply from anywhere in the world because they need not to be in an office or any specific location, considering almost every organization has announced most of their employees will be working from home. So when we are working from home, it doesn't matter even from which country we are working. So now we have more opportunities across the world in different sectors. The next is global flow of ideas. With this virtualization and this pandemic, the whole world is connected in one thing, and that is the vaccine research or the healthcare and the pharma. Even in this dire need or that situation, countries like India who agreed to export uh, some of the drugs, a malaria drug, to support the other countries. In some ways, we are more connected now. The vaccine research, the whole world is doing that research, and they're sharing their research data across the world with so that it can help to them also, to fasten this whole research and bring this vaccine as soon as possible. So this flow of ideas become more smooth and more uh, the need of the time, and that's what happening if you see in some of the sectors, and probably that will keep happening using these different platforms in future. And the last point in this aspect is the global talent for corporates. So now, as you see, the almost every organization is looking to have some of their employees from the working from home. With that, we will have more opportunities everywhere in the world, and the corporates will have options to recruit their employees wherever is the best talent is available. They need not to look for the talent just in a Bay Area or the Silicon Valley or the Silver Valley. They can hunt the talent across the world, and that helps to diversify the teams and bring the best talent in the teams. And how everything is enabled, and that's where these emerging technologies play the important role. Whether you see the sharing ideas using cloud platforms, or if you see the e-learning platforms or any platform, everywhere this AI, 5G, Internet of Things, computing, cloud computing, or biometrics, virtual reality, blockchain, robotics, NLP, and quantum computing is playing the important role to enable this whole world to move forward. And with that, I'll say the students or the faculties across the world now have more opportunities to connect, leverage all these platforms, and put their feet best forward so that they can have the same opportunities in future. So with that, I'll close my presentation. Probably we can go to the the question answer session. Do we have any question posted?
Yes, Ravi.
Yeah.
Dr. Sunita is taking the session. There are few questions which are come up in YouTube live streaming session. That what steps Indian government can take to surpass China in smartphone industry in upcoming years?
Actually, that's a good question. Maybe I may not do the justice to give the full answer, but in my opinion, or if you look in some of the facts, already many companies have started, moving some of their manufacturing or at least the assembly plants to the India just to meet the demand of the Indian customers, and also not only the Indian customers. If you see the Apple, who has moved their one of the plants to even do the export from the India. So this transition will happen. China has the cost advantage considering their subsidized electricity or the labor, but probably the future will be the different considering the diversification of the supply chain and having the suppliers available across the world. So yes, India has to, uh, you know, showcase their competency in the world. The one of the thing which I see where we are lacking is you know the agility and the digitization in the government and some of the policies and the infrastructure. So if you see, look into countries like US, when the Amazon or the Tesla or Google or anyone who just even announced that they are going to open a new headquarter or a new plant, uh, the whole all the state across the US fight.
Ma'am, there are few questions which are left. Which are left, ma'am. There are few questions which are left.
And it's really a very nice presentation. I hope viewers were really benefited with this. And with this, I would like to
Sunita, ma'am, there are few questions of the viewers which are left.
both of things, Ravi, and an introduction for Professor Isil Gupta. Dr. Anand Sharma.
Ravi, there are few
Yeah,
questions which are left. Let me
yeah,
take
please
over
go
those
ahead.
questions.
Yeah.
The questions are how manufacturing companies reduce the cost in this pandemic situations?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think I made one point when we're looking for the nimble and the agile
Dr. Anand
or
Sharma,
the
are you
efficient.
hearing me?
Mm, no, you can continue. You can continue.
Okay,
I hope
and
my
the
voice is
efficient
audible.
supply chain. Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. So this robotics and the
I hope my
automation.
voice is audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
Dr. Anand,
There are
is
few questions which are left. Sunita, ma'am, there are few questions which are left. Yeah, Ravi, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. So to reduce the cost, I think the automation and the robotics will play the important role to reduce the cost in manufacturing, and that's what happening across the world. So that's my answer to that.
Okay, and next question is gig economy concept is feasible in the country like India, where most of the workforce is unskilled in various sectors?
Yes, definitely. That's that's a good question, and I'll say yes. The gig economy is possible, and the person who put in a question also put in a challenge which we need to resolve. And that is the unskilled labor. But today we cannot say that. The reason being the kind of resource available uh, across the world and to everyone, the online resources, we have to upskill ourselves and move fast, else we'll be left behind. So my answer is yes, it's possible, and we have a lot of talent. We just need to, you know, in line to the opportunities available across the world,
Okay.
and
Uh,
use the online resources, all the resources from the top institutes or the all the organizations are available online. So why we can say that we are still unskilled? We have to make ourselves skilled to be employable across the world.
okay. Ravi, there is last question that you have talked about some of the changes. So, don't you think so that these changes are going to cut the jobs and less number of employees will be required?
Well, that is an ongoing debate. We can debate in both ways. The new technologies will maybe cut down jobs and all. So to address one of them, the world is talking about the universal wage for everyone. But to give the in an optimistic manner, if I talk about, it's maybe probably the shift of jobs. If you see the US, they have the lack of the STEM students and the people in science and technology stream area. So if we need to take advantage of the available opportunities, we have to compete with the world in the latest technologies. We cannot just learn the things which are already obsoleted or will be done by the machines or the robots in the future. So we have to learn the things which builds the machines or the which builds the robots and the technologies which support these uh, new machines in the world. So there will be reduction in the jobs in some sectors, but we have to make ourselves skilled where we can take up the jobs in these emerging technologies.
Thank you, Ravi, for giving such an informative lecture. You're always available on one call. Whenever our faculty calls you up, you are so positive. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Diga
much.
ma'am, Diga ma'am, can I raise one query to Mr. Ravi?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Mr. Ravi, very good morning. It was,
Hello,
in
sir.
fact, a wonderful session. Uh,
Thank you.
so, in some of other webinars, I was attending, those things. So, where I could find that this artificial intelligence, I think you are expert of that. That is going to be one of the very crucial thing for all the marketers. So can you just give some idea to our students that how this artificial intelligence can help them in rural marketing? Because and by reserving all the constraints what we have in India related to IT infrastructure, so how this artificial intelligence can help our body managers, those who may be aspiring to start up their business with the help of technology, because the physical distancing, etc., this is going to stay for long. So if you can throw some light on these things so that our viewers can have some idea.
Yes, thank you for the question, and I think it's one of the toughest question which I got from this session. And definitely, not only the students who are getting passed out now, I think the different organizations which are very well established also has the same challenges. But to answer this question, maybe we don't have the required data available today. But with the time, if you see the kind of data with all these organizations are collecting, see the penetration of the social media, almost every home is using the smartphone. But I can say that if not every home, let's say 60 to 70% households are using smartphone in rural part of India also. And if we can make a rough guess, let's say 50% people are started using that Facebook and another social media platforms. So these platforms provides the data to the, the different organizations to design their strategy for the marketing or advertising. And when we talk about the students or the new organizations, we have an advantage in one way to the collect our data and the make a career there itself. We can do our own surveys or utilize some of the data which is already available in the government platforms and design your strategies based on the data, and definitely you can make some good progress in that area. But yes, we don't have very structured data, but with the time we'll have the all the infrastructure, the data available to handle this situation.
Thank you, sir, for a nice explanation of the query. And I
you.
think this artificial intelligence, as you told, that it is based on the previous data, because the previous data gives us that how we can predict the future of our business or anything else. So my supplementary question is that by because we have different cultures in different countries, different regions of the world. So can you say, or can you throw some light that this difference of culture can, or the can be biased, or this level of artificial intelligence or the knowledge of artificial intelligence in different corners of the world can be biased for the marketers or the businessmen?
Well, that's again a good question and good concept which you introduced in the data. But when we look for the any solution what we design, the artificial intelligence is more about doing some more human activities what only humans can learn. But we talk about analytics or the any visualization, people are not using the data of US or the Europe to make some predictions in the India. They are doing the localization, and with all these new advanced tools, you have the capabilities to introduce even the not only the the structured data. You can use all different kind of human emotions or how they feel, how the different cultures work. You can put all those parameters and drive the results. So you just need not to consider data. You can use all I'll say the different kind of concepts in their data to have the better results.
Thank you once more.
One more,
One more question, madam, if I can continue with one more supplementary question.
Yeah. There is one more question from my side also, which has come up very. It is correlating what you said earlier. In government sector companies, it is hardly possible to reduce the manpower in order to cut down the cost. And a large section of the manpower is not very skilled in use of technology. In such a situation, how a manager should handle the things to ensure the productivity?
Well, I think we need, in my opinion, I'll say, I cannot talk about what the government should do, but in my opinion, if I see the things across the world, we cannot go ahead just within one system. Once you are a government employee, you have the job for the lifetime. We need to bring some the performance based system in our government also, so that the people should take it more seriously and not take it as a granted. And also when we see in the government sector, if we feel that we are not able to, for the managers, definitely it's a big challenge. But if we cannot replace or the move employee based on the skill set or the work he can do, the only thing is that we can bring more focus on the training or move the people according to his skills in the different department, and make this whole job duration based on the performance, so that they take it more seriously and deliver the service up to the SLA. So if you take in a private sector, any, let's say an IT organization, when they take in a contract from their employee, they have the commitment and they have the SLA for everything and the timeline to meet. So probably why we cannot have the same system in the government. So we need to change this mindset, and also in the different part of the world, when they take up any job, whether that's at any level, the job they are taking up is the job they want to do it in most of the cases, and they do it with their whole heart and the mind. But that is kind of things which we lack in our Indian culture. We just taken a job maybe to make money or just for the sake of taking a job. So we have to change that culture and the philosophy. If I want to be an officer, or I want to be in a soldier, or I want to be in the army or any sector, I want to be there because I want to do the job, not just because I just want to have a job. So probably both things, we have to bring more opportunities so that people can have the job what they want, and also be more productive and have the proper skill set match with those jobs. And to address how to deal with the people, for the managers is to bring some performance based system and put more focus on the trainings and upskilling their employees. So there's nothing possible here. Also the people who are very close to retire, they're learning the new systems, so why we cannot do in the India? So that's my answer to that.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. And let me post you one last question related to
Sure.
artificial intelligence only. So I think in the country like USA, big platforms, they have already started using drones in their supply chain management. So I'm putting a very prospective question to you. How do you visualize the usage of drone in our country, like India? How much time it will take, or is it feasible or not feasible? If not feasible, what are the reasons and how you visualize that? How much time it will take as a technocrat?
Well, using a drone in a technology point of view, I don't see a challenge that is same across the world. The only challenge which I see in India is the infrastructure. So you can fly, if you can fly a drone in US, you can fly in India also. Only we should have that infrastructure available to uh, utilize those future technologies. So yeah, technologically it's almost same everywhere. The only we have to be more futuristic, and whenever we design our cities, we have to see how they will be in the next 20 or 50 years, not what we need it today, whether we are laying a road or putting the electricity line or design the buildings. We have to keep the future in mind so that we can have the smart cities and can use these futuristic technologies.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi, for your enriching that deliberations on various aspects of technology, and we are proud to have you in our this session, and being from our own area, and we are we feel more proud about you that yes, we have a friend from our local region, that is particularly if I say that is in Mahendragarh, where we are sitting in, that is one of your own university. So we proudly say that yes, we have a friend who is sitting in USA, and who is associated with one of the renowned companies of the world, that is Infosys. So thank you so much for your time. I think you have done a great job for our wedding managers, then other teachers, and those listeners maybe from outside. They have, someone is working in the organizations, corporates, and somewhere else. So thank you for your time. And now, Dr.
Just before
Ajay,
we close, I'll
yeah,
just take an 30 seconds.
right,
First of
please,
all,
please.
uh, thank you for giving me these opportunities. I am very grateful and fortunate to have that one of the universities where I belong, and at least I can do something, some part I can play to help the students. And I know what kind of challenges those kind of universities can have. And thank you for giving me this opportunity, as always connecting back to you.
Thank
And
you.
good to see you all.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Ajay, who would wish to say something to you.
Thank you so much, Ravi, for the enriching session. I think we have had a lot of combustible thoughts coming from you around emerging technologies. And in fact, the entire webinar, the way we have shaped it and the way we have conceptualized it, you were also there in some of the sessions, and you would invariably realize that this COVID scenario has landed us to a situation where we are comparing the post-COVID and pre-COVID situations. And whenever we are looking at the post-COVID scenarios, we are actually talking a lot about technology playing larger than life role in making sense of a lot of things and keeping our advancement alive and make an edge which actually would make us to fit into the places and the times which are about to come. But in this context, I have a very a related question in that sense. See, we have been talking a lot about this technology, the emerging technologies. This is going to be the time of tomorrow. But when I look at it from the different perspective, and this is my question to you, we have been reading about this also. Even the COVID has come just now, but even before COVID, there has been some studies which has been actually arguing about the impact that technologies would have onto the larger section of the consumers, for example. How would consumers react to it? So I remember reading an article from Professor Eric. He was writing, it was an internet article. He was writing that the technologies might also lands us into a situation which are more problematic than the environment in which there was no technology. So we have research articles coming out which speaks about uh, does automation usage of technology makes the customers more satisfied, or it makes the customers less satisfied. So this linkage has been always arguable, and maybe the research is kind of converging to a point wherein they are saying that maybe a lot of automation, a lot of technology would not make the consumers more satisfied, but we are actually going towards a world which in which we are actually by on the name of getting more techno savvy, we are actually moving away from the satisfaction of the consumers. So this is what my question and a discussion points to you. How do you see that can technology take the satisfaction factor, the behavioral factor, the psychological factor, the psychological component side by side, and can we think of an economy and an environment wherein we can keep these two things parallel, the technological advancement, the emerging technologies, and the satisfaction and wellness and the happiness of the humans at large?
Well, that is quite an good concept, and probably you introduce something, you know, not very much talked about across the world. People just talk the technology, but definitely the human behavior, the human psychology is the most important. But one shift you might have seen in the last few years, who are going to be our future customers or the consumers? And most of them are these millennials and future generations. So are those people really concerned about the even the human behavior? If you see, people are more uh, feel more better than ordering in a online, whether it's in a food or the any other household items, than going to in a store or going to a restaurant. And all new generations are moving towards that culture. So definitely our, the old generations, we can say that they had the different experience and they are losing the touch, and they may have the psychological impact. But if you look into the future generations and where we have reached in the technology point of view, can we go back to that era? So only the way is to move forward and embrace the technology and take the advantage of this and make ourselves better in this world.
So thank you, Mr. Ravi, for your deliberations onto this. It was something that was kind of coming to me from the students also, because we are now sitting in this digital conference. I mean, have we imagined this conference in place if COVID would not have taken place? And the students are saying that it cannot parallel to the physical interaction that teachers can have potentially with the students. So that satisfaction angle, this was primarily my question. So now, thank you, Mr. Ravi, for this. Now I can hand it over to Dr. Anand.
Yes, Dr. Ajay. Mr. Ravi, thank you very much. And I think the people and the audience from this side, they love you so much that they have, I think, interacted maximum. They have interacted
Yes.
maximum with you. Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to say that you belongs to this place, and we call it son of soil, right? So we have more right on you, and you have implicit right on us. And we wish that we have a fruitful, long-lasting academic association with you in future as well. And whenever you are coming, so may I ask you when you are coming back? Next time, when is your visit?
So I have not planned. Let's see how the situations
Okay.
goes, and we'll see.
Fine,
But
fine.
definitely, I think this webinar enabled us to connect more through online, and what Ajay sir mentioned, that the human touch and that experience, probably we have to live with this experience and
Right.
move forward and see the future. So
Right.
I'm just one call or one click away. Feel free to reach out whenever you think I can be helpful, and I am very
Yes.
grateful. And
Brother, we
we
are
more
very, very
loved with.
thankful that in short span of time you approved our proposal and you are still working. I think your time, it is your sleeping time. You have managed. So thank you
I
very much.
couldn't say no, and I spent almost last 3-4 days just working on this,
Yes,
doing
yes.
some research and putting some those slides, because I feel some responsibility to that area and the university. So
Yeah,
thank you
one
for giving me
question,
this opportunity.
one general question away from this webinar topic and all. How is the environment, the protest and all, and this COVID crisis? How is the environment there in your area?
Well, COVID, we had a bad COVID situation, but I think probably things are getting going to the new normal with the mask and social distancing. Uh, but the businesses are getting open in the different stages. So let's say if you talk about the New York, some cities are in the stage 1, 2, or 3, but they have not gone to the full scale.
Okay.
But considering another protest and all, probably they will continue, because this is one of the biggest protests which is happening last many decades, and
Okay.
probably that will bring some social
It is
justice.
also having impact on your life, particularly moving out or taking, general groceries or kind of thing also.
No. So general grocery and essentials were never closed, and no one was stopped to go out.
Okay.
Only it was a personal responsibility to be more careful and uh, do your personal mm,
Okay.
be more
Anand,
responsible.
can I ask one question?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Raviji, I have a question. Uh, Even though you have demonstrated so many things, ins and outs of post-COVID scenario, but I just want to know it from you that what could be different types of organization structure? What would be the organization structure of culture at the coming time? Could you just focus something on that too?
Yeah, definitely. That is the sector or the area I'll say they're going to be impacted most. Because if you see the when you take even the Indian companies, let's say the IT sector, right? If we have the big DC and we have our philosophies or the vision, missions are communicated in the office or the it is articulated by the managers or the top management, and you feel more connected to the company. But definitely with this virtualization, uh, we are going to get impacted in that sector to keep your mission and the vision alive and keep your employees more engaged. But only these problems can be solved with these emerging technologies. If you don't have the this video conferencing or doing the check on your employees through Skype or any other technology, we are more disconnected. So yes, there will be a big change in the culture and the employee engagement, but only positive side is we have this kind of technology to solve some of those problems.
Dr. Anand,
Any other question?
Dr. Anand, Dr. Anand.
So if you are going beyond time, probably I can disconnect, and if you think I
No, no,
can
no,
be any help.
no. There is no.
Yes, ma'am.
There is one more question. Sir, I
We're
have
having.
a question. If you have a time.
Yes, please go ahead.
So question is, what do you think would be the different type of job combination which will be there in coming time? What sort of jobs would be there? Because
So
with
when I yeah, so the jobs, if even if you do the Google, right, what kind of the jobs will be in the future? Even the yesterday in one of the session, the Wolfgang, the professor was talking about what kind of the future, the capabilities or the skills the people need. So the jobs will be more moving towards more human oriented, where we need the human interventions. Those skills or the jobs will be more in the market compared to the things which can be automized. They will become more redundant and they will go out of the market. So if you look for the future jobs, definitely these emerging technologies are not just technologies. These are the new job sectors or the job market also. And if you take any job in the future, if you want to visualize, I'll say at some extent these technologies will be touching that periphery. Whether if you take the marketing or the academics or agriculture, everywhere you'll see some utilization of these new technologies. So
so
the future jobs, yeah.
you mean to say that there is a lot of competition for the jobs because the jobs are limited and that too of very high tech nature, right?
Yes, that's what's happening. And do you see, there are very few sectors where we have the mass job creation, and those sectors, maybe the e-commerce or the some of the supply chain, but in majority of the sectors, you have to be more technology oriented to be more employable. You have to have some skills, specific skills to compete in the market and be more employable. We cannot just go with the generic stuff in the market, else we will have some job for which the whole world is fighting. So if I don't have a special skill, then there are thousands of people with whom I'll be fighting. If you take one clerical job in Haryana government, and if you see how many applications you'll get for one position. So, but if you have a special skill, you can, outstand in those applications. So, as someone posted, that we have to make ourselves more skillable, employable in the market to compete.
So what do you think would be the government policy so that the people or things needs to be worked out in the manner so that we can provide more jobs to the people, or there would be a type of jobs available for each type of people. Otherwise, what will they do?
Well, it's a good question, and we have to change a lot of things to, generate more jobs. So just, I don't want to answer one thing, but just to give an idea. Let's say tomorrow, if I want to put one factory in Mahendragarh, tell me the one place where you have the infrastructure available and I can go and put one factory and create 20 jobs. So if we really need a job, we have to make the infrastructure available where any day we are saying the agility, or the diversification. If tomorrow one company wants to put a plant in Mahendragarh, tell me the one location where I have all the facilities available and I can erect my plant in 20 days and I can start the manufacturing. So do we have that kind of infrastructure available? Probably government has to be more agile than the industry if they really want to create more jobs.
You mean to say it is only the infrastructure, but I think now the government has to start thinking for the other social issues as well. That is literating the population, making things automized from the base, centralization of the task, something like that.
Yes, see, I think considering the number of students which are getting passed out, and definitely there are a lot of skilled students which are getting passed out from the good institutes, but still we don't
Yeah.
have that number of jobs in the market. So even and just to create the jobs, we have to have the more industry. Uh, to start some more manufacturing. That is very difficult to create more jobs in the manufacturing nowadays. But even up to an extent, if you have to do something, we have to bring it any area, make it more agile and to respond to the industry demand, where you can showcase, yes, we have the infrastructure available. You can put an industry and that may create some more jobs. So probably that's the biggest problem I see. And the regulations, we have to make it more, deregulated or the more flexible. Digitize your systems. If you need a permission to start something, it should be more quick, less bureaucratic, and probably government has to work with the industry to create some more jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Any more questions?
Yes, Ravi, one of the question has popped in up that as you belong to Mahendragarh, so what are the changes you want to bring in Mahendragarh so that jobs can be created, or what kind of venture you will plan if you have to stay in Mahendragarh for future?
Well, that's a good question, and I always think about what I can do for Mahendragarh. The one area which I see is, it's very difficult to attract a global or the MNC to set up a plant or something in the Mahendragarh. And I don't see the much favor from government also, as if that government was more interested in rural areas like Mahendragarh, they would have started that IMT in our area long back. So somewhere there's a lack of will also from government. But if you think of the people's point of view, I think we have to work on the sector where we have some competency. And one of the area which I see is, let's say we are good in agriculture, but do we just grow the crops? Yesterday I was watching one interview where one farmer was talking about he has 2 acres of land, and when someone was interviewing, they did the analysis. The 4 or 5 months revenue from the 2 acre from the wheat crop is the 70,000, and he spent around 35,000 in those 4 or 5 months. And if you calculate the wage of the 2 family members, it was coming around 100 rupees per day. So can we sustain with this agriculture or this model in the future? Today we have the challenges. I'm sure they're not going to reduce in the future. There are going to be more challenges considering the number of population, or the farm size is going down, and 68% of farmers is having less than 2 acres of land. So to be more sustainable and with the less government support, we have to focus on some industries, let's say, which can utilize our raw material and process it, and we can have a better price on that. Let's say we have a lot of crops like mustard, cotton, and wheat. But how many reprocessing industries or the factories which we have in this area? Why we cannot start in a cooperative, maybe that oil extraction factory, or the maybe in a cotton processing factory within a cooperative, maybe the group of people can start some venture, and they can process their crops, and then they can sell in the market in a better price compared to competing and in a normal market just selling out their grains. So probably we need to focus on the reprocessing of the food items and the oil seeds, where with the less government support, available labor and the raw material, we can have a better price and more sustainable life. I hope I did some justice to the question.
Yeah. So thank you so
And there,
much.
when I was just last point, when
Yeah.
I was answering the Sunita madam on the infrastructure, if
Okay.
let's say tomorrow 10 farmers wants to start an oil extraction mill, and they need some plot where they have these facilities available, they can take loan, invest some money, and start that mill. Do we have that kind of infrastructure available? They have to do it in their own land. They don't have an option to lease a government land and utilize that electricity, water, all those facilities or the road. So they don't have these investment capabilities, and they can't move forward even if they want to do it. So we have to be, the government needs to be more willing and supportive to help the small scale industries, so that these farmers can start something cooperative meal or some other food processing industry.
Actually, I was agree with you. It was just that it is not only the infrastructure. I was looking for something else too. That was the reason. So thank you, Mr. Ravi. Any more questions? Divya?
Okay,
No,
thank you.
ma'am. Thank you so much. And
So shall
now,
we conclude?
yeah, we can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi, for such a wonderful live session. In fact, as far as I know, your session is the one where a number of questions are asked. It shows that people are listening it very carefully, and they are really thinking of so many things. And I hope they'll be satisfied with the queries they have asked. And definitely, we'll look forward for future interaction with you. Without speaking much, I request Head of the Department, Dr. Anil Sharma, for a formal vote of thanks to Mr. Ravi and a warm welcome to Professor Estel Gupta. Dr. Anil Sharma?
जी मैम. In fact, we have already engaged Mr. Ravi Yadav in such a beautiful discussion, and I have already spoken. So, formally, I thank you, Mr. Ravi, for sharing your valuable time, for accepting our proposal within short span of time, and you have always been a part of our CUH family. So, I wish that in future course of action, you are also joined. You are also part of our any academic endeavors which we take up. So once again, thank you, thank you very much. Sunita madam.
So now for the next session, I request you to welcome Professor.
Let me tell, he is in the process of connecting, so it will take, I think, 5 minutes time. So it's a 5 minute break. Within 5 minutes, Dr. S.L. Gupta will be connecting.
So meanwhile, I request you kindly share your views with the listeners. Dr. Anand, can I request you?
ma'am.
Can I request you to share your views with the viewers?
Yeah. In fact, I am talking to Dr. S.L. Gupta. So I want 5 minutes break, right? Then I will join. So I may I request Dr. Ajay to put slide for 5 minutes break. Thank you.
आ गया आ गया आ गया। आपने मीट ज्वाइन कर लिया? अभी बात बाद में करना सर, एक बार फिक्स करने दो इसको। ये आप एक काम करो, आप ज्वाइन करो, एक बार गूगल मीट ज्वाइन करो सर आप। हाँ, अभी यूट्यूब पे देखो क्या चल रहा है। यूट्यूब के लिंक पे देखो क्या आया हुआ है। ना ना, रिफ्रेश करो रिफ्रेश करो रिफ्रेश करो रिफ्रेश। सर आप देखो क्या आ रहा है, यूट्यूब वाले लिंक पे देखो क्या आ रहा है। ठीक, अब उनसे वो कर लो, शेयर कर लो ये सर, लिंक मीट शेयर करो और उनको कहो कि शुरू करें वो। अरे मेरे पास ईमेल आईडी नहीं है ना, आपको जो लिंक भेजा है ना आनंद शर्मा को, अभी रुको। सर आपके पास एसएल गुप्ता का वो है सर, वो है क्या ईमेल आईडी? ईमेल आईडी यार, ये तो ईमेल आईडी की भेजा मैंने, ये तो क्या आप रुको। ये तो सही। Professor Gupta, Ajay this side, Central University, Haryana. We have just shared a Google Meet link with you. You can come onto that link and you can start your presentation, please. Professor Anand से आपके पास, yes, we have sent it. It has email पे भेजा है, email पे भेजा है, डॉक्टर आनंद शर्मा से आया है आपके पास, है ना? आप उस पर अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन प्लीज स्टार्ट कर दीजिए। सर रिफ्रेश करो, लोगो नहीं आ रही।
And he has been to IP University, professor in IP University, and many more academic assignments. Without taking much time, I invite Professor Gupta, and I thank Professor Gupta for accepting our invitation as he has been accepting in past as well. So, Professor Gupta, over to you.
Very good morning, Sharma ji, and
सर
dear
थोड़ा सा
participants.
थोड़ा सा आप एडजस्ट कीजिए, थोड़ा सा नहीं थोड़ा और रिवर्स साइड में थोड़ा और सर यस
Okay.
नाउ इट्स सर
Okay.
मत कीजिए
It's okay.
नहीं सर हाँ बस अब नाउ इट्स ओके हाँ
Okay. Okay.
प्लीज कंटिन्यू
So, yeah. Very good morning, Sharma ji and dear participants. Thank you very much for inviting me this international webinar. Although I am struggling in the morning, this new software, because the reason is very simple. I tell honestly, in GCC countries like UAE, Oman, Qatar, many of the softwares or many of the platforms are totally, completely banned. That's why we struggle it. Anyway, now I joined the Google Meet. So the first, I congratulate Sharmaji, you like chosen or selected the best topic of the time. That is the requirement of the time. Let me start with my presentation with one small story. The board invited 3 people and asked them if we have only one seat, one room, and each of one asked their pitch or say marketing. The first person say, I was a priest. I have served humanity for throughout my life, maybe 20 years, 30 years. Second person say, I was a doctor. I have served the humanity throughout my life. Third person, like me or other my colleagues may be joining many assistant professors and students. He say, I was an assistant professor. Apart from teaching, I had performed a large number of duties. So God asked, what are these duties? He replied, like all faculty we are doing. He said, organizing faculty development program, exam duties, quality work, university affiliation, conference organizing, ISO documents, seminars, project guidance, classroom projects, extra staying for part-time classes, executive programs, syllabus development, student evaluation, many things. So applied, God replied and accepted that you are the best person in this world. So my the moral of the story is not discussing the assistant professor or doctor or priest. See, the time is for multitasking. You cannot survive by only one profile or one job. You have to do lot of things. Similarly, in the marketing also, we have to do sales, personal selling, advertising. You have to understand the consumer. You have to arrange logistics. We have to get the orders. So like an assistant professor, we have to do many jobs here in this academic world also. So now I'll try for my this PPT presentations. Let me start with the marketing challenges. Or before these marketing challenges, I always speak some marketing quotes, which are very, very popular in these days. First quote is, marketing is an art, and the marketing persons are artists, because they have to do many things. Like we started, when I started my marketing, we used to say business is marketing. It means every business require the marketing. No business, no company can do business without marketing. So marketing is now, in these days, we can say is art, not science. Simil- Similarly, we can say marketing or business has to create the opportunities. Business opportunities do not happen, we have to create them. Marketing person, now many examples are there. Like one simple example of the US company, I hope you knowing that gluten free food in New York, 12 million customers are there. Nobody heard about 3 years or 5 years before what is the gluten food. Now similarly in US, you will find Indian products are highly demanded. People are creating the demand. Like in LA, Los Angeles, few restaurants are known by Indian foods. Like they called Roti Restaurant, Paratha Restaurant, Jaipur Restaurant. Why? They are very famous and they have got a good sales. So they have created the opportunity. Like, see one Indian example, Mahendragarh company started with this ventilators and sanitizers. So this is an opportunity, and we have to create the opportunity as per the requirement of the market. Like here in Muscat, we find lot of people created like opportunity like South Indian food, idli, dosa, many things are there. So we have to create the opportunity. Third point, say 12 into 12 into 12 rule applies in the marketing. Say something 12 times means 12 times you have to repeat. You have to communicate to the customers in different languages, in 12 different ways. Then customer will retain only 12%. It means just in 12 months you have to repeat, you change your advertising slogan or marketing strategy, not based on one strategy. Next is positioning and digital are two important aspect in the this post COVID. Other than positioning and digital, I say two more things, that is branding and innovation. Without branding and innovation, nothing is there in marketing. So branding and innovation, so many examples are there. Every company has to survive in the market with the help of these four words. Positioning, they have to position in the market by different ways. Now mostly companies are positioned on the base of the COVID theme. And digital online, everybody is doing online business. And innovations are there. Innovations in the product, innovation in the brand, innovation in the sales, innovation in the cost, innovation in the revenue model. So innovations are required. Two good examples from very beginning, not from now. Japanese company, like three Japanese companies which I'll name: Sony, Honda, and Toyota. They are always believe in innovation. Similarly, in South Korea, three companies: Samsung, LG, Hyundai. They are always based on their innovations. So innovations are very, very important. And in digital marketing, you know that this digital tools like Google Analytics, Google search engines, and there are 3-4 case studies which are very good for the students, like SEM case study, search engine marketing case study, Karwala. Maybe many students, please remember these 4-5
प्रोफेसर
studies.
गुप्ता,
Yeah.
गुप्ता सर,
Yes,
आपने
yes, please.
आपने आपकी जो पीपीटी है वो शो नहीं हो रही. पीपीटी इज नॉट शोन. यू present now. Go to present now.
Yeah, I'm going on present now.
Screen share.
Yeah, yeah. Going present now.
And then screen
The
share.
window.
Yes, sir.
Screen share and
Your entire screen. Click on your entire screen.
PowerPoint. I don't know, Sharma.
Sir, go to present now. इसी बात है, present now पे क्लिक करो, उस पे.
ओके पीपीटी तो करिए ना यार, पीपीटी की तो प्रॉब्लम आई है पिछली बार भी। उन्होंने कहा पीपीटी में बोल रहा था पीपीटी विंडो
यस सर, हो गया है। यस सर।
ये नहीं है यार, नहीं है, इस पे नहीं है।
नहीं गुप्ता सर,
या
आपकी आवाज आ रही है?
या प्लीज प्लीज।
यस सर।
Visible now, PPT is visible.
Yes, yes, very true.
Next.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, sorry for this inconvenience caused to you. Now I'll come to my topic, marketing challenges and issues.
Yes, sir.
ओपन है तो नहीं यार, ओपन यार ये देखने के। Yes, this marketing challenges. The first challenge is brand. Is it okay now, Sharma ji? Are
Yes,
you able
sir.
to listen?
Very
Okay,
true.
first point, yeah. First is brand yourself. Now in this difficult time, every company has to brand themselves. Like many examples, Pepsi has come with the interactive bottles. This Kit Kat has come with the interactive packaging. This IKEA furniture company has with come lot of designs. Even the mask company has coming with the designs. And this branding, just one small things I'll take about branding. Say, when we talk about the history of marketing, first era was or age was agriculture age. In agriculture age, people started or farmers started with putting their tags, logos, some identifications, and started the marketing. Then it come to industrial age. Industrial products, they started the marketing with the help of various consultants, branding, etc. Then services. In services, we have to provide the services or like self services, and people started the marketing and branding. Now today is internet age. In internet age, branding is also required. So first lesson for the marketer or challenges is we have to talk about branding. Without branding, nothing can possible in this post-COVID era. Second is we have to follow the leaders. What leaders are doing. Like many examples are there. Like in US, Amazon.com started delivering the grocery products. In Flipkart, Alibaba, all many companies have just started copy what the leader is doing. Like in India, we also seen the IMs, what IMs are teaching, we start following them. Even top IITs, what they are doing. Even US top QS rank institutions, they are also copying each other. Like Boston, Harvard, Stanford, they are also following each other. So nothing wrong, follow the leader and make your strategy accordingly. Third point is we have to develop ourselves online skills. Without online, now is not possible anything. All companies are directly, indirectly going for online business. First, in the online, we have to upgrade omni-channel. Omni-channel is nothing, just new word. Those who studying the marketing books, they may be knowing direct channels, indirect channels, 0 level channel, 1 level, 2 level, 3 level, 4 level. Omni-channel is like mix up all the channels. Now in these days, company are following omni-channels, and omni-channels is the perfect solution of these COVID situations. Second is content market. Content marketing is talking about the message, what message we are giving to the customers. and every company has coming with the new message like customer care, customer talking, customer things, and changing their contents. Third is social CRM. Social CRM is social customer relationship management. Now this has also come a big word in these days. Like we people talk about Facebook Nation. Facebook Nation is nothing. All people are connected on the Facebook. People talk about WhatsApp University. WhatsApp University means, like, I give one simple example which recently I read an article in the newspapers, online newspapers. In Bihar, in a small district, one university doing all the operations on the WhatsApp. This Instagram colleges, Instagram companies, and all companies, all corporate houses, they have to do with social CRM through digital instruments or digital devices. Fourth point, I say these three segments or three stakeholders, very important in the society. Without them considering, we cannot go do anything. Like youth, young generation, their mobile phone, requirement of their electronic items, requirement of some other things are now we have to consider. And women is also like for household products, household things, we cannot ignore. And netizen is basically citizen through internets. So they are also influencing the society, and they are based on the digital subculture of the country. Next is hope and hope of model of business. Primarily, this model started in US. This model is based on collaborations. We have to collaborate with other persons, other parties, maybe small players, big players, medium players, and we have to do the business. Like Airbnb is a successful example of this. Many tour companies, many travel agencies, many hotels, many companies are doing the marketing now in this, especially in this corona age or post-corona or post-vaccine, whatever you say. We have to depend on hope of model of business. That is only just collaboration, partnership with small companies or big companies. And like one example is given here in the PPT. Pune-based company has been producing PP kits on basis of collaborations. Similarly, these hope and hope model help us or the marketing people in supply chain, value creation, customer satisfaction, customer loyalty, corporate profitability, empathy and care of customer. Now, many examples are there how we care the customers. Like one or two classical examples like Airtel. Airtel is one of the telecom company. Everybody know about Airtel. Paid the salary of their channel partners from their account. Why the company is worried about their channel partners? Because they know if you not pay the salary to the channel partners, they will not perform their duty and customer will be affected or customer will suffering from this. So Airtel paid the salary of their channel partners. Even Google paid $1,000 per person, per employees to caring the customers. Even Cisco training, giving a lot of free training to create the future employment for their companies. So we have to care the customer. Without caring the customer, we can't do anything. Like I say here also in my students that we are caring, sending SMS, emails, website and WhatsApp calling to the students, informing one thing 5 times. Means this is a difficult time. We are caring the students. Next is changing nature of consumer paths in the digital economy. Now that I already explained, everything, every aspect, every consumer aspects depend on the digital economy. Now I say, I have again, and one information I like to share. All these presentations are based on different secondary sources, because I am not primary going to the market. So all secondary sources, articles, etc. Some of the companies, some of the countries, the customers are now digitally addiction. Like two countries which was reported in the newspaper, South Korea and China are the biggest example for digital addiction. And digital addiction will lead to mental addiction. 7%, 5 to 7% people are going mental addiction in these countries. Because why? They every time on the Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram or LinkedIn or YouTube, every time. So it means they are digital addiction. Also is good or bad, I am not discussing, but people are like, we means as a marketer has to be depend on the digital economy. Next, some examples of the corona hit industries. No need to explain much. Everybody know air travel, automobiles, real estate, consumer durables, malls, higher education. Many things are there. So for these companies, the marketer has to again come out with some way to increase the sales, increase the profitability. Otherwise, survival will be difficult in the long term. So now the companies are designing different tools. These all companies are coming with some schemes, some promotions, some advertising, some online marketing, some social media marketing. So that is the key here. Next, corona added industry. These are good industries. They are doing good, but they have to find out the opportunity for the long term, like data science, healthcare, supply chain, psychological counseling, online education, social sector, etc., etc. But these companies has to find some more opportunities. So that is the challenge, more opportunity for the long term. Otherwise, short term is okay, but 2 years is okay. But after 2 years, they have to find out some strategy and come with these challenges. Now, next point is a challenge or whatever we can say, model for new business marketing. Like every student, every teacher, every person, those who study the marketing subject, there is no marketing is based on earlier by the Kotler, father of Kotler, 4 P's. Now, no 4 more P's. Now, marketing model is based on awareness, means advertising, promotion. You have to create awareness by social media, whatever that mode of your advertising. Availability means goods and services should be available for the customer. Accessibility like again by technology or digital things. And affordability means price, sustainable price, low cost price. So customer can purchase and afford. Now many companies have rethinking, redesigning, redefining their marketing based on these 4 A's. In these 4 A's, I say only one thing, that personal touch is required. Personal touch, not like face to face. It can by online or digital medias. Like one recent example I seen here also, maybe in India also, pizza company started delivering the pizza without human touch. They claim even medical stores delivering or giving the medicine without any physical touch or face-to-face touch. And banks are also operating here. Top bank is Bank Muscat, is providing without touching the customer. So although they're keeping the personal things in the mind, so this is the important human-centric marketing or personal touch marketing, but without physical touching the customer. Next point is physical to digital. That I already discussed. Digital transformation is there. Everything is on digitalized economy, digital platforms. And in this digital, what are the advantages? Like three advantages. Like it create more impact to the customers. We can get immediately feedback from the customer. We can know the behavior of the customer, and we can see whether we can get the orders or not. So this digital transformation is moving very fast through all the companies, all the world. Like everywhere you will find digital this transformation. Reinvent your business. Reinvent your business is very simple. Is again the same point. Through online, through digital marketing, through other medias, we have to think. We cannot base on our traditional marketing. If you think about only traditional marketing, very difficult. We have to change our strategies. We have to change our policy. We have reinvent our business, and we cannot go the traditional way. Now, small companies, I find in Delhi many small food outlets, street outlets, they are reinventing their business. Reposition, again, I already explained of the products and services by either low cost, by the services, or by the pricing. We have to reposition your products and services. Retarget, basically I talk about from international to domestic customer, like local customer, like tourism companies or banking companies. Although we have the access to the international market also, but we can think as a post corona strategy, and innovate your product, process, and people management. People management means your employees. They can work from home, or they can given some facilities, or like can different shifts like morning shift, evening shift, night shift, something. We have to make the people management, and we have to give the full incentive facility to the this human resources, otherwise will not success. Now in this one small example I came to in my mind for all these repositioning, revise the product mix. There is a company, or there is a one small street vendor was there in US, in the New York street, and he used to sell hot dogs. He always found lot of crowd is there, long queues are there. Whenever the customer come to this vendor, he find that lunch time is over, so half of the customer or 25 of customer uh, go back without taking the hot dogs. And in the US New York street, these small vendors are allowed only with one man permission, or as a salesperson, cook, cashier, all the three jobs are assigned by one person. So what he invented, he started a lot of automated machines for preparing the hot dogs, and for cash he put one box. Suppose hot dog price is $5, so customer will come and put $5 in the box. One day he found, after 3-4 days, he observed that sales is increased 50% by just some innovations, by doing some experiments. So sometimes this type of experiment can be done by ourselves also. Next is emergence of smart services. Smart services is always there. Smart services means smart brands, smart products, smart services. And in these smart services, because the customer is smart, now he knows each and everything. Sometimes customer knows more than the marketing persons. We have to inform them, we have to connect with them. Like now, this in traditional marketing, we never study these four F's of marketing. Like Facebook is important these days. Friends are also equally important. They help in your decision making. Family members are also important. Followers, we always see the followers, what they are doing, how they are purchasing. So these four F's is, or like we studied 4 P's, but now these 4 F's are very important in the marketing. And we have to provide the services to the customer smartly. We can go by using various tools. Like in the next slide, interaction are changing. Interaction of the customer behavior or customers are changing. Now mostly companies, universities, all societies are using this AI, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things. Like examples are stated in the PPT. Amazon offline connections like coffee maker, washing machines, etc. So they know what is the status of the coffee maker, what is the status of the washing machine, whether half filled, half empty. They are connected. Like in ATMs also, they are connected with the companies. So Internet of Things are coming very fast. Third is chatbots. Chatbots are also based through various technological platforms. I don't know much about technology, but they are based on the technology. Like recently, I studied one example of Wall Street Journal. They say one young person of 30 years is talking with the chatbot that I am boring at my house. What should I do? Chatbot replied that tomorrow we can go to for picnic or beach or some other places, and we'll enjoy the life. So you see the chatbot responses. So mostly the companies now started using the chatbots. Technology to technology is no need to explain. Human to technology also not much required. So there is a survey by Google in US. We say 90% of interaction in these days by screens, smartphones, tablets, and laptop, etc. It means personal interaction is very less and coming in all countries, especially in this time also. So these screens, smartphones, tablets, and laptops are very important in these days. Now I'll discuss few strategies after these challenges, maybe large number of challenges. Just I give my ideas. Every company has to create specialized knowledge in AI analytics. Analytics is now coming with big way, like mostly US universities and like other in UAE also, in China also, in European countries also started offering BBA and MBA in business analytics, where they teach marketing analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, so many sub branches also, supply chain analytics, operation analytics. So this is the one skills which may be requirement in the future for the next 2 years or maybe next 5 years. Internet of Things I already explained. Second is digital marketing, also very important. And design thinking. Now design thinking, digital marketing, and this digital transformation, which all are based on the technology for the companies, which are very important. And this UX is user experience design. User experience design is recorded by this online or digital, and we can adopt in our strategies. What users say, what is user experience, good experience, moderate experience, bad experience, or very well experience, or outstanding experience. So user experience we have to keep in mind for designing our strategies. And we should know about the cyber security also. Now a lot of hacking, cheating, frauds are going in the marketing. So these are the important area in these days. Now I see in the newspaper a lot of hackers are there. They are cheating by through your debit cards or credit cards, even without telling them anything. They know the data from the banks or the insurance companies or the other sources or from the retail stores. I don't know how they are knowing the customers' data, but we have to be very careful. The companies also, as a customer also, cyber security issues coming very fast. Outstanding outsourcing model can help the corporate world. Now we heard about this third-party logistics, third-party supply chain, third-party these things, outsourcing. Now even we see in many countries, individuals are also based on the outsourcing, like cleaning services. They given a contract for the company for the cleaning services. So somebody will come from the company and clean your house. Even cooking services, even this childcare services. Everything is outsourcing for individual also, for the corporate also. They are cheaper also, they are reliable also, they give more effective services also. So like in colleges, university, everywhere, the security guard, cleaners, nurse, plumbers, all many staff are outsourced. Similarly in the companies also. I know in my area, a lot of companies are there. They have given 80%, 90% their services based on the outsourcing, transport, buses, cleaning services, like this canteen services, many services they have provided the outsourcing. So outsourcing is a good strategy for the next 2 years. And next, government can provide relief or support. Many countries, US, Canada, German, Saudi Arab, UAE, some type of subsidy or some type of support like GST, salary of workers, and plus loans are with a low rate. So this type of facility can be provided by the government, and government can be as a major role play in this type of this corona time. Apply 80-20 rules. 80-20 rules, we studied in the management that 80% of the output comes from 20% input, or 20% customer give the 80% of business. So many aspects are there. So in this time we can reduce our staff or something, and they can work. A lot of benefits are there, like customer care, quality, delivery, better growth, etc., etc. Now the opportunities. In this difficult time, many opportunities are there for the companies. Like first opportunity is we can try, the government can try or the marketer can try, shift of the companies from China. That not in particular, but it's a government decision. Many companies are running away from China. They are looking some other countries. So that can be one opportunity for the marketing people or the corporate world. And then we can come out with the new ventures, new startup. The government has to support in terms of technology, in terms of the manpower, in terms of financing, many things. And India can join the US and UK for many things and for collaborations, export, import, and fourth is this is like not a strategy, but we can think that economy will take off from 2023 and peak time will be 2028. And for students and faculty also, I have noted some opportunities. They can data collect, they can collection of the lot of information, they can data analyze, they can discuss with the stakeholders for publications, documents, and other things they can publish. This is lean time, so they can publish case studies, articles in the newspaper, articles in the magazines, and research projects, books, etc. This is opportunity for the students also. Now, next is the market segments. See, we studied a lot of types of market segments, demographic segments, geographic segments, psychographic segments. But now, the post-COVID or post-vaccine era, only 3 types of segments will be there. People, society, social segment. Different types of people are there. We can divide on the basis of this society. Then business to business means the business companies or B2B market segments. Third, education means we have to provide a lot of education, and that can be a good market segment. Now, this government has given the global strategies, and I'll not discuss much, but few more things I like to highlight before closing of this presentation. See, few international perspective data I collected for this presentation. The corporate companies is more than or in 182 countries are affected by this corona. So we have to think about not only India, not by GCC. 182 countries are suffering because of this corona. Second, US government sanctioned USD 2 trillion for as a corona grant. So it means government has to support for the corona grant. 30 million people in US are benefited, applied for unemployment allowance. 30 million people applied for unemployment allowance. Well, yeah, please.
Sir, my request is because we delayed due to technology glitches. And the next session experts are lined up. So,
Okay, so I'll take 1 minute only, 1 or 2 minutes.
Right. Thank you, sir.
So I say few things and conclusion remarks. Like first quote is given by Ratan Tata. Success is the best way of revenge. By a good example, good case study of Tata Motors. Students, corporate executives should read this case study. Second is we should spend, for the student this slogan is, we should spend more time the persons who are positive or bring out the best in you, not the stress in you. So means simply we should be fully support guidance, teaching with the positive mindset in this corona. Third is as a student or as a teacher, we should learn 3 decision making techniques which are very, very important in these days. First is predictive decision making. Second is descriptive. Third is prescriptive. These 3 tools are highly specialized techniques which we normally teach in research methodology or business analytics. and 6 qualities, leadership qualities or something like the 6 qualities or 6 skills which are very important for marketing team. First, they should get all information, update about information. If information is not there, they cannot do motivated, they cannot motivate to their customers. Third, we should have good quality of communication, how to communicate the customers, how communicate the stakeholders. And leadership is obviously one of the point. And last and most important, training is required for all marketing teams in these days. Even teachers, we require the training, how to teach in online and other things. With these words, I close my presentation. Thank you very much. And sorry for delay in the presentation because of these technical things. Any question, you please write in the chat box. I will reply definitely. Thank you very much. Over to Sharmaji.
Thank you so much, sir. This side, Dr. Divya, Program Coordinator. Thank you for sharing your views.
Thank you,
Thank
madam.
you so much. Now, as Dr. Neeraj Mishra and Assistant Dean Dr. Zaid has joined, so I just wanted to have views from them also because they have joined the session. So, with due permission from my HOD, can we have their views, quick views?
Yes, ma'am. And I request please conclude by 12 because next speakers are line up. Right, sir?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Sharma, Dr. Divya.
Sir.
I am Neeraj from BIT International Center, Jat-Pali College of Applied Sciences.
Yeah, we welcome you, sir. Kindly share your views in the specific areas of HRM. Can you share your challenges and opportunities? What are the challenges and opportunities? What challenges the HRM is going to face?
Just a minute. I will just be willing to know from Dr. Sharma how much time we have because the session has been delayed.
Sir,
around 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Around 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Right, sir.
Okay, so let me start my presentation. Just a minute. Just 5 seconds, sir. Is my PPT?
No issue.
Is my PPT
Yes.
seen?
Yes.
Okay. Today, me and Mr. Zaid, we will be dealing with the topic managing human resource during and post-pandemic era. Now, how we have made the division? I will be speaking about the implications of the pandemic on the human resource across the world, and what are the domains in which human resource is being impacted and what the companies are doing. And then Mr. Zaid will be quickly explaining certain examples from Oman, how the Omani companies are dealing with the pandemic. So I hope that we have 20 minutes. So let me just move ahead. COVID, in fact, has affected the entire world. It has brought the whole world to a standstill. And an estimated 305 million job losses is to be seen worldwide between April and June. This is the recent estimates which have been released by International Labour Organization. We have seen that there are many sectors like aviation, hospitality, tourism. They are experiencing total closure. Now, this is the impact of COVID-19 on workforce. If you have a look, I have identified 6 different areas. 6 different areas which are being impacted by COVID-19 pandemic on human resources. Lockdown, illness, salary and support, remote working, policies and the procedures, and staffing. I'll be dealing very quickly on all these 6 areas. Lockdown. Now, how the lockdown has impacted the companies is that there is closure of business since there is a lockdown announced by almost every government across the world. What has happened is that the businesses have closed down because employees can't reach the factories. In many countries, the factories have been asked to close their operations, so the closure of business is there. There is no sale for many of the products and services. The restriction is there on the movement of the employees, and the remote working as a culture has evolved. So, if you have a look at the lockdown impact on human resources, the office has shifted from the real office spaces or the factories to the homes or the locations of the employees. So that is the first thing which we have seen. Illness. Now this is a very challenging activity which almost every HR manager has to deal with. Absence from work will be there if an employee is having any symptom. The first thing is that the employee will be sent to institutional quarantine, or maybe the employee is sent on a home quarantine. So the absence is there from the work. The employee cannot work. There may be medical expenses, maybe the medical insurance which the employee has been given from the company. It does not cover the medical expenses which arise from the COVID pandemic. So the medical expenses may be there for the company, and it may even have implications on the operations of the company. Because what will happen is that if I have been identified to have COVID, all the people in the company who were in contact with me, they need to be sent in isolation. So it's not only impacting one employee, it's impacting many other employees which came in direct or indirect contact with the person. Remote working, this is a culture which has evolved. Even if you have a look at the educational institutions, most of the institutions are closed for students inside their physical premises. But what we see is that remote working is there and everyone is working. Now, remote working is not applicable for all jobs at all companies. For example, if I have to physically run a machine in a factory, I cannot do it working remotely. So remote working is only applicable for certain services, certain areas, which can be done through remote locations, software industry, education. All these are the areas where we can go ahead with remote working. There is a minimum remote working infrastructure required, IT services, infrastructural requirements, networking issues are there. Those things should be there. Organizations should have working policies for the remote workers, the working hours. Maybe the companies, they may think of giving flexible working hours and so on. Data protection in many companies, for example, software companies, data protection is a big challenge, and simply they cannot afford the data to be leaked. So that's one area where the remote working is affecting the companies. Collaboration has evolved. We have heard about the collaboration, teamwork earlier, but in this new area, in this new era of COVID-19 pandemic, what we have seen is that collaboration has been extensively used by the companies, because inside an office we can have the meetings physically, we can do the collaboration activities more easily. But when employees are sitting at their home, they are distant apart, the collaboration is something which will improve the productivity and output of the workers. And the biggest challenge for remote working is on the supervisors. how do they monitor and how do they control the working of the employees. So this relates to remote working. The policies and the procedures of the companies need to be changed. When we are talking about a pandemic like COVID-19, which is extremely communicable and is affecting the people worldwide, there's so many rules and regulations we need to have enacted in the domain of human resource for our employees, which will keep them safe. So social distancing, we need to have the policies for that. What are the necessary safety measures or the precautions we are going to have at the workplace? The remote working policies, how do we manage the employee productivity, and the quality issues. So these are some of the areas where the companies are drafting the policies and the procedures. Staffing, that's again a challenge during the pandemic. Many of the countries have asked the companies to go ahead with a reduced number of staff. For example, in Oman, it was earlier 30%. Subsequently, it was increased to 50%. So that's what is being allowed by the government, and you have to manage your affairs with those reduced number of staff. You can have even less working days, like employees working alternate days, less number of working hours. You can have situations where the companies, they have sent employee on forced leave, that we don't need your services, please be on leave. And even layoffs. We have seen that many countries, as I have discussed earlier, ILO, the projection is around more than 300 million employees across the world will be losing their job, or their job will be affected. So that's a big number. Salary and support given by the companies during the pandemic. These are some of the options we have seen what is happening. The companies have reduced the pay of the employees to avoid layoffs. They have said that, okay, we are not removing you from the payrolls, but yeah, you have to be satisfied with a reduced 70%, 60%, 50%. In Oman, for example, the full salary has been given to employees, and they have been sent on leave for a month. Those people who have got annual leave. Leave without pay. Employees can also be sent on leave without pay. Most of the airlines, even in India, like Indigo, Air India, Go Air, in UAE, most of the airlines, they have adopted this method. They have sent their employees on leave without pay.
Dr. Mishra?
May I request you to request Dr. Jayed, so that by 12:05 we can, Inshallah. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you in between, but see, because other speakers are, they have to go. The whole.
We will just wind up. Doctor, just give us 10 more minutes. I was going with the 20 minutes plan.
But
okay.
12:05, please summarize.
12:05. Yeah, we'll just wind up.
Right.
So now we will be discussing how Oman is managing its human resource during the current pandemic, and I will invite Mr. Zaid Khalifa Al Sikeli. He is our assistant in admin and HR. He is highly experienced in human resource functions. He has worked with many government organizations and has experience of more than 23 years in managing human resource in Oman. So, Mr. Zaid, it's over to you.
First of all, I would like Dr. Jayed. Welcome, Dr. Jayed.
Yeah. You're welcome, sir. How are you? Fine. Anyway, I would like to thank you for this chance to be cooperate or co-capture in between and change the information. And special thanks to the Dr. Asal Gupta. He was always behind us, even the night also. He was not leaving us to take a rest. Anyway, I'll be taking not more than 8 minutes, inshallah. Our government in Oman, the main priority with them, the human resource, exactly. As Omanis or non-Omanis, as a human, there is a value of that. So from the beginning, our HM Sultan Haytham bin Tariq, he was take the decision on 10th of March, because the most cases of the COVID-19, it was started in the January 2020. But it was around 1 to 5 cases per day, and it was handled the full responsibility by Ministry of Health. On March, first week of the March, the cases, it was crossing to 20 to 25, 30 sometime. Then take the decision, royal decision by His Majesty to establish the Supreme Committee. Main priority or main task of the Supreme Committee to take care about that citizen and the resident safe from the COVID-19. This is the most important what our government has taken the decision. The treatment for all staffing from COVID-19 as a key of the decision regards, because it is very important to be controlling. Even the schools also here in Oman, they were stopped since April 2020. And most of the students, they are passing the semesters without any exam. So that things only to be save the human. Decisions have been taken on workforce in the government and private sectors. From here, we can be understand our main priority of our government. It is taking the decision even for the government organization and the private organization. And they are do the support by different establishment as the Ministry of Civil, as a central bank, Ministry of Manpower, Ministry of Education, by different sectors, because from each sector, one member inside the Supreme Committee. So always, every day, the committee it has meeting. Dr. Niraj, please. On March 23rd, the decision coming from the Supreme Committee to be reducing the number of the staff, their idea inside the office should be not more than 30%, where it can be controlling. For example, our college, we are taking the decision to be dividing the staff. For the academic staff, they are working online, so no need to become at all to the office. Administrative staff, we are dividing as a 3 categories for each 2 weeks, one group, and so the other group whom they are not attending to the office, they will be on full paid leave. How? Because the government also, it is taking the full coordinating and inspecting with the different organization who are not implementing the rule. So there is a lot of fining they will be assigned against their companies. Even the government organization also. On 31st of May 2020, where the cases it was start to be coming down, the government again reback again that decision to be increasing from 30% to 50%, and also they are put as a big package of that awarenesses to the humans, as an employee, as at the home, how they can staying, what about the distance in between the people. So they communicate in between the people or the citizen or resident with the government. It is opening. There is a lot of links. You can put your suggestions. You can put your feedback. Government, it is ready. They are listening to everybody. Even Supreme Committee sometimes, they have put the survey for everybody to give your feedback where we can be take the decision, where we are together in that way to protect our country from increasing the number day by day. Private sector firms establishment have to maintain the stability of Omani manpower workers and not terminate the services. Yes, the decision coming from the government by the Supreme Committee to not terminate the Omanis, even the expatriates also. But sometimes, what happened exactly? Some, lawyer jobs. The laborers, they don't have that much culture, whom they are staying in the campus. So we are facing here in Oman a lot of challenge on that sectors only. About that, Ministry of Health, they are providing that full details and data for the Supreme Committee to take decisions. Yes, some of that expatriate, they are terminate the service and send it back to the different countries as from India or from Bangladesh or from where exactly. But for the Omanis, the government give it the clear decision to be not terminate the Omani services. Give paid leave with full salary to workers whom to be not working at the same time. Well, about the 30% decision coming from the government, even the 50% also. So some staff they will be at the home, no work there, so would leave with full payment of the salary. Over advanced paid annual leave from their workers in sectors that been shut down. Under the current conditions affected, established many deviation to lawyer. If the companies also no need to be keep some staff before terminate the system by the Ministry of Manpower to be negotiated in between the staff and the companies. If the staff agreed or not agreed, or some one of these two parts not agreed, so there is a committee also under the Ministry of Manpower responsibility where they can be sit with the both parties, the company and the staff, before reducing any number or terminate service any number of or any staff. The bank loans, because we know there is a lot of affected to the companies, so directly the affection it will be related to the employees. So some companies they are reducing to pay the salaries. When it has happened by the government support, they are take the order to the central bank to be communicate with the bank services or the banks here providing the banking services in Oman to be not deduct the loan, because as you know most this is our culture here in Oman. Most of the people they have the bank loans for the housing loans, for the personal loans sometimes. So if any crisis there, so no need to be deduct the loans at least for 3 to 6 months, but need to issue as a mail letter from the companies. They are deduct the salary because affected about the COVID-19. Non-Omani manpower, respective employees' annual leave may be advanced and paid in full also. And this is most important where we can be understand a full treatment of that COVID-19 infection for the Omanis and non-Omanis. It was free since March when they are starting till today. But sometimes companies whom they have that huge number of the laborers, yes, that time need to be paid some amount of the inspection of the COVID-19. How are the Omanis companies dealing with their HR, minimizing the benefits of the expatriate workers and increasing immunization percentage? Workplace redesigning, remote working, flexibility working hours. So there is a lot of decision it's coming by the government where it has take full responsibility and take full care for the human whom they are staying in Oman. Even there was a big corporation with full thanking also to the Indian ambassador here in Oman and the Indian embassy. A lot of corporate and communicate how they can be to protect the people as all of you knows. We have alhamdulillah a big number of the Indian working in Oman. They are sharing the service, they are sharing the experience to us to build the country. So government it is also give it that good rights to them where how they can be protect them, but they require from everybody as Oman and non-Oman is also to keep the distance and please to take care about themselves. If you want to get more information about this, you can visit the website of Oman News, then you will get full details inshallah there. If any question please welcome. I am finished. Thank you sir for this chance.
Thank you, Dr. Jayed.
You're welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra.
Yes, Dr. Sarma, we are done. If there are any questions, we are ready to take it. That we will end.
We will take your questions and probably we will send questions through mail. And
thanks, Dr. Sarma.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra and Dr. Jayed. And sorry, our part. Yeah, sorry on our part because technical glitch was not on your part. It was rather it was from our part. We couldn't check anyway. So
even the network they can get the infection of the COVID-19 sometimes.
Yes. In future also, I expect your academic cooperation will be there with us, and we will meet more frequently in future. And prepare so well. Professor S.N. Gupta, can I hear you?
His microphone is switched off. Dr. Gupta?
Okay.
No, he's there.
Yeah. Yes, I am listening.
Sir, thank you very much.
I'm
Thank you
always
very
there.
much for
No,
being
no,
part
no
of
need,
this.
Sharmaji. Sharmaji,
Yes, sir.
this is my duty to help always in academics. I always there, and I not take 2 minutes to take any decision. Only in 1 minute I
Yes.
take decision.
Yes, sir. And to my audience, I want to tell that Professor Gupta is renowned professor not only in India, across the globe. He has been visiting so many conferences, workshops. He has many books to his credit. I cannot make a list in short span of time, with the only hope that we will be in touch in future as well, and we will do more meaningful association in future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sharmaji. But today I cannot, do not much very well because of these technical things. I am very sorry for.
See the
Live
options.
streaming is on.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Sharma. How are you?
Good afternoon.
After a long time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for.
And sorry for delay on our part.
No problem. No problem. That's okay.
Let's start, sir. Can you?
Yeah. How to share the screen? Can you please? Okay. Here is a
Sir,
computer. Got it.
There is a. Okay. So let's start with a formal introduction of Professor Rajneesh Mahajan. He is the first scholar of DTU, research scholar of DTU to receive doctoral award. And in his credits, when we talk about his credits, he has got AAD Fellowship holder Germany. He is a member of System Dynamics Society USA. He is a member of IIBA Canada, and he is visiting faculty in many of the universities, good universities of abroad, and he has delivered many good lectures about research and business analytics. Like recently, when we talk about his research and business analytic lectures, he has delivered a refresher program in National University of Maldives, and he has published 50 plus research papers. And in his credit, there are 2 books with international publishers, and he has received grand second time for support for summer school and research in 2015 from DDA to travel to Germany. And presently, he is working with the MIT University as a full-time professor of business analytics and supply chain. And his total work experience is 25 years. So I welcome you, sir, on the 3-day international webinar on capacity building for managers in post-pandemic scenario. So I welcome you, sir, and now I'm handing over the session to you. Most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon to all, and let me start my session. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So let's start with the agenda.
Your laptop screen is not visible.
Okay. So I am sharing it again. So this is the share button, and this is my PPT.
No, sir. Share your screen and then.
I have shared my screen. PPT is already open.
Sir, it is not visible.
Now I think
leftmost button, left side bottom button, sir.
Yeah, left side bottom button I have pressed.
Sir, one time press and then there will be a link. Share your screen, your entire screen.
Okay.
Click the button and then share your entire screen and then click to share.
Okay, this is the share. One second.
Yeah.
I think I'm pressing share, and then
There are
again
three.
share. Yeah, entire screen shared is green. Yes, now this is sharing.
Yeah.
Select that.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now we
So,
can see your.
yes,
Yeah.
now you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for the technical glitch, because this is the first time I'm working on this application. I'm habitual of working on MS Teams. So I still welcome all in my session related to following discussion points. So learning objectives will be disruptions, which is one of the very, very difficult situation to discuss, as you have already passed through almost more than 70 days of lockdown due to pandemic situation, and this is totally unusual, whether we would like to talk to our parents, or further, or even colleagues, those who have born after 1971. We have seen only one situation like that, is called 1978's emergency. That was a political scenario, whereas such situations are quite different from this kind of lockdown is concerned. So then I will be dwelling on what is business analytics, what's its role, why we should go for business analytics learnings and study. What is the role of visualization in current situation, why business analytics so popular using visualization techniques, and then we will be talking about what is stored for us, what kind of a skills we need to get into business analytics after post pandemic situation, and how to get reskilling, and ultimately I will conclude the session with the one liner punchline. So this is the first learning objective. What is disruption? As far as the Cambridge University dictionary states, that it is basically, disruption is sort of a hindrance, or it's create a phenomena of unusual situation. So it means occurrence of an event being prevented a natural system. So whatever you have decided to follow the straight line application of life, it will get disturbed. So disturbance will take place because of unusual situation. So from business analytics point of view, from business point of view, an action of completely changing the traditional method of conducting business to going into the modern era, and use the modern era and modern technologies to conduct the business. As you can see clearly, that Happy Go Lucky team is in front of you, and they are actually planning and working day in day out related to how they actually should look into their business aspects are concerned. So when you talk about these business aspects are concerned, so business is also not a straight line. So something happened which is unusual, called disruption. So it actually entangled your whole business planning. So this is what is disruption, can be explained with this arrow, and this arrow is hitting the wall. So whole meeting will go haywire, whole planning will go haywire, and we need to deal with the current situation. Here are the certain reasons which I have listed why we should go for business analytics as a field. So business analytics is most important situation in current situation, as far as we all youngsters know, and all the youngsters are involved in multimedia day in day out, minute, daily, 24 into 7, and even 24 hours they are live. So 5Ds are the most crucial things with the business analytics are concerned. Basically, diversity, density of the data, dash, which is actionability, deeds, and dilemma. So let's understand what is that. So diversity means a diverse situation. A lot of varieties are there. When you have a lot of varieties are there, always human being get confused, and they are not able to finally take the decisions. Then density is basically large set of volume of data is generated using social media platform day in day out on 24 hours. Dash is and then we have speed is means volume, and speed is really immense to deal with the data. And then you have action, then you have see, dilemma is a problem of data which is generated on daily basis, on minute to basis. So which customer is liking this product, which customer is disliking this product. So company need to keep a count of it, and this count will be very, very difficult to cap. So this way, causing a serious human implications, which creates a lot of situational comprehension issues with the firm side as well as from the buyer side. So it is creating an implication from buyer side as well as from the firm side. So seamless operations of the business are only possible with handling of these 5Ds. So these 5Ds are most crucial for micro, small, medium, and large enterprises globally. So therefore, in order to handle this disruption, business analytics plays a vital role in predicting, in deciding, in exploring certain trends. So we will discuss the new challenges, new trends, and new issues and new threats can be identified if implement business analytics. So let's understand the opportunities for us. So for students, for master thesis students, those who are getting into final year, those who are coming into the MBAs, they are more interested in current situation, whether they should go for entrepreneurships or they are becoming entrepreneurs or seeking the jobs. In both the cases, business analytics are going to be really of great help. So this is one screenshot which I have taken to tell you there are more than thousands of jobs across worldwide, within India, across in world, that these are the opportunities as a business analyst we have. So there are many avenues, whether it is in Delhi, Noida, Gurgaon, elsewhere is concerned. So India is a hub for business analytics, as we have done critically well during 1995 activities where the dot-com came, and post 2000 we become the market leader in terms of analysis, in terms of analytics and IT, and BPOs are concerned. So business analytics is popular among all these sectors and fields. So let's talk about the second objective of my discussion is business. What is basically it going to do for us? So what is the application of business analytics? So this is one of the word cloud which I have prepared to demonstrate how business analytics going to help us in dealing with these situations. So it is involved in terms of data collection, data analysis. Data helps us in creating some predictive modeling. It helps us to understand how the data is behaving, how queuing theory is applied, what is processing of the data, how we are trying to create new products. Do these new products have some demand by the customers? How the customers look into our firms? So what is their social media footprints? How their footprints are going to help us in deciding with the existing product modification, with the existing set of products, what kind of a services do they require, what kind of a supply chain, which is the crucial part of life in general in post pandemic and during pandemic is concerned. Look at the situation where dairy industry have servers marvelously well, and it is standing alone as a best example of perishable or a dairy food supply chain is concerned. So day in day out, Mother Dairy, Amul, and other cooperatives across Vita, Varka, across India have served us really well. Whether all the farms, all the production were put on hold, whereas the daily production, daily collection of milk was always on. Whether I can recall my childhood days during 1984 riots, whether I can recall the situation of, 78, 1978, because in where emergency took place, we used to get a daily milk, whether it is appropriate quantity or not. But currently, the national dairy cooperative are so self-sufficient, and we are largest producer of milk and consumer of the milk worldwide. That is why this whole activity which I have created a scenario about business analytics are going to give me data or going to give all these students or the prospective scholars of business analytics so they can comprehend such kind of documentary. So this is what is the business analytics with example of dairy supply chain in the current scenario, in the past scenario, since rather 1997, 1973. Most of you have not born at that point of time when the white revolution came into action and we become self-sufficient in terms of dairy production, fresh milk, and deliveries across India. So looking further, what is the perspective of business analytics? So business analytics is a common field, can only be possibly done using statistics, data mining, and business intelligence, information system, visualization, simulation, risk, as if analysis or what if analysis. Then ultimately we narrow down to creation of models, optimization. So what is statistics? Statistics is nothing but when we start our school and we reach to the middle level, it starts from 7th class onwards, where we play with the numbers. Here we try to create certain impact related statistics field where we try to understand the first concept of statistics of our life is called mean. So mean is applicable till you reach to the maturity. Mean is the most important thing. It is also called as average. So we go by trend of mean. Then we studied basically the median, mode. So these are the basic aspects we have studied in our early age. And this early age learning is going to help us throughout our academic careers as well as right now in the business analytics. When I started this field, uh, learning this field almost 6 years ago, I started with my seventh or eighth standard book of NCRD and started learning what is basic statistics. Though being a student of IAFT and BA honors from Delhi University, I started brushing my statistics from the base. So this is what is the role of statistics in our life, and this helps us to understand how the numbers actually behave. Then we learned what is data mining. So data mining, data intelligence, understanding the information systems, it is basically learning how our softwares function. So we started learning softwares, and after starting learning software, we started keying the data into the systems, and after data keying, we bring out the results. So the moment the results are out, what to do with these results. So ultimately, you try to create some narration, you create some storytelling situation, which helps us in ultimately creating the uh, decision making system or creating an information system to make final decisions. And even in early age, we have learned certain visualization techniques, so called histograms, bar chart, pie chart. Still they are on, they are useful in current situation. We need to create a so called histograms. We create a scatter diagram, we create a heat map, we create a pie chart, we create a bar diagrams, we create a histogram, and we create a Pareto optimality charts. So all these data visualization techniques, which we have learned during our middle school, is useful at every domain, every area with certain advancements of the data. Only earlier in the early age, we had a toy data set, whereas in current situation, when we try to guesstimate model, we will work on training data set which is larger enough, and ultimately based upon the training data set we create some modeling, and from modeling we try to get into the optimization. Means if we have 100 rupees in our pocket, how to optimally spend that pot 100 rupees is optimization. So based upon the resources, how we can deal with the scarcity aspect, that modeling will help us to deal with that. So we have to spend 100 bucks, create a model in such a way that we can have a maximum utility out of 100 bucks. So based upon that, that actually creates the optimization for our products or so-called money we spend on our day-to-day task. So this can be achieved using simulations. Simulation is nothing but it's a basically the kind of video games we play at the parlor or even on the cell phone. So they create a real scenario. So, for example, you are driving a car on the video game, it's a simulation. You learn a car from the driving school, which is basically creating a simulator car, though it is original, but the controls are next to your support of driver or a trainer who actually controls the brakes. So ultimately it brings the simulation. Similarly, in the business scenario, we create certain simulation and try to guesstimate the risk and profitability analysis and look into what if analysis. For example, this is a scenario, what is going to happen? This is a scenario, what is going to happen? In current pandemic situation also, we all are guesstimating that what is our speedy rate, what is our infection rate. Suppose that this rate will continue, how many people will going to get affected? So this is what is the what if analysis. Now, let's talk about the variations in business analytics. So, in general, we can say that we have four different types of business analytics. So, business analytics can be divided into four major parts. One is exploratory analytics, another one is descriptive analytics, then we talk about predictive analytics, and then prescriptive analytics. So, what is so-called exploratory analytics? And exploratory analytics is nothing but we are looking into the data, we try to understand what data states. So we are trying to explore the situation. The moment we are able to explore the situation, we are trying to describe how the situation looks like. So we are getting into the descriptive part using descriptive statistics, whereas in the exploratory analytics, we use EDA, that is exploratory data analytics. So we use basically the box plot and normal distribution curve. We use scatter plot to understand, and in the box plot, we try to identify the outliers, and we remove these outliers, create the data in shape, and then start doing the analysis. And then we reach to the second level, that what this data is stating to us, what is the narration behind it. And based upon narration, we are able to understand what will be current situation, and from the current situation, how the future looks like. So here, if you see in the current pandemic situation, the doctors, predictors, and even the business scientists or business analysts or data scientists are trying to look into the current data, and they are trying to guesstimate the curve behind what will be the future within few days, within few months, etc. So these predictions are strongly based upon current trends worldwide, and then we try to prescribe. So what we are trying to prescribe, for example, lockdown is being prescribed by the government across the globe to break the chain of communication of COVID-19. So this is what is prescriptive analysis, and ultimately it is prescribed that you have to live in a new normal, and you have to create social distances or social distancing from one person to another person. So it should be at least 6 feet away from one person to another person. So that is the new normal, and this is what is a prescriptive situation we are coming up based upon exploratory data analytics, based upon the descriptive and predictive analysis, and ultimately last stage we are reaching to the prescribing what is the best for us. So best for us, maintain the distance. Best for us is to wash our hands continuously. Best for us, do not touch your face with your hands. So this is what is prescription. Prescription is try and avoid unnecessarily travel from one place to another place. Use information technology as we are using to connect across India with this webinar, which the Central University of Haryana has organized. And it is great effort in current situation where we are sitting at home, we are connecting with the large population. So this is one of the dashboard, which is one of the application of data analytics. So this is the screenshot of World Health Organization, how and what type of numbers. This is current situation. Today I took this screenshot, and it gives you how the pandemic has been spread. So this is what is the situation across this. It can be dynamic. If I take you to the Google Sheet, it will tell you how dynamic is this. So this actually states the country-wise effect of pandemic across the world. So this is what is the pandemic situation across US, Brazil, Russia, India, United Kingdoms, and Spain. So this is what the WHO site I have referred to show you the dashboard. Dashboard is a screen which has been created using three different tools. One is your common Excel, Microsoft Excel tool. Another one is using Tableau, and third one is another product of Microsoft called Power BI. So this dashboard is nothing but it gives you a clear-cut visualization, and in one screen there are multiple data analyzed screens are put in together, which makes the decision maker job easy to understand, make the data understandable, and after understanding, observing the data, they will able to come up with the final decision making. So this is the job of a dashboard. So currently we are more focused on skill set. So I'll be not taking right now to how to do it hands-on. So let's go to the another part, which is what is for where and how we can understand what is the role of business analysts. So role, this is the objective number 4 in terms of this objective. Let's understand the skills and reskilling aspect is concerned. So how to acquire the right kind of a skill to become data analyst or get into the data analyst field. So major responsibilities of our, if we get into data analyst field, will be we have to work on data. We have to analyze the social media platform data. We have to analyze the dynamic. We have to analyze daily updates on the data. We have to gather the data in a right manner. So analytical techniques can be applied, put it into software, bring the so-called results full for decision making, creating a business required document, creating a reports, presenting in front of the top brass of a company. Budgeting and planning can be created as a role and responsibility of business analyst. Execution and its coordination is the most important function across this domain area. And ultimately, what is the most important thing? It brings the change in the firm. So what kind of a change is the basically as an analyst, you can ask people to work.
चल रहा है ना?
Yeah. Yes, anything to be asked? So the change management is one of the major technique which has been used in the current scenario. It actually talks about ask people to work on different software which generates the data more comfortably manner, and we can have a meaningful data from using software. So for example, earlier people used to work with a pen and copy. Right now we are using 100% ID systems to teach, to work from home. So this is what is a change management. Those who are unable to change with the time, current scenario of using application of IT or information technology or ICT in day-to-day life, they may go redundant. So make them motivate with fear, with so-called motivation, with say praise. This is what is a change management which has to be get induced by a business analyst and then ultimately come up with the reporting. So this is what is the kind of roles and responsibility of our future business analysts. Now let's understand the objective number 4, which talks about what kind of a skills and reskilling we need to come up with. So let's talk about first skill, which is understanding basic numbers. So dealing with the numbers, we should not get afraid from numbers. We should sit down calmly, look into the numbers with more focus, more enlightenment. So based upon the numbers, we should not have a fear with the numbers. You should play with the numbers. So best thing is learning and playing and live with the numbers. Second skill is being comfortable with the basic statistics and then advanced statistics. That is the most important thing. Then ultimately with going to the knowledge of computers and technical skills. So knowledge of latest information technologies, softwares, as well as dealing with the uh, time. This is one of the most important thing. Abreast yourself with the current softwares for data analytics, and then ultimately look for the technical skills. So what kind of a technical skills is basically you have to understand how the system works, how the system brings the results. Then after looking to results, your job is to communicate results. Once the results are there, you have to become an excellent communicator to make the stakeholders, to make the top brass understand the implications of results. And if the implications of results will not be understood by the top, the decision making will not take place. Everything go into soup. Then you should have a good networking skill. And as a business analyst, you should have good networking skills. You should be a good negotiator. You should know how to negotiate good for your organization and yourself. Then you can able to become a good planner and have to have a nice leader. So you should have leadership skill in your end. So this is what is the objective number 4, talking about how to acquire new skills. So acquiring these new 8 skills are the most important and basic formation that how you will able to enter into the field of data analytics. So what is the role of reskilling under objective number 4? I'm talking about now reskilling. So reskilling is nothing but it seems to be a coined new term, but it is not a new term. So whenever we are passing from age 5 to age 6, we are getting into schools, and ultimately we are able to apt with the current scenario of reskilling, understanding how to get into school, how to sit in the school, how to be a learner scholar inside the school. The moment we will pass the primary, we will go to the secondary, the time of school will increase. Your adaptability has to be shaped accordingly. You need more study hours, and based upon your foundation, you will able to deal with the again changing scenario. That is also another reskilling. The moment you cross ninth class, you get into boards, 10th, 11th, 12th. So 10th and 12th is going to the board. Again, you are trying to reskill and try to slog for more than 15 to 18-hour day for study to score the best score and try to go close to perfect 10, so you can able to get into the university of your own choice and subject matter of your own choice. So this is what is a reskilling. And in professional and even in MBA also, we need to reskill ourselves. That can be only possible when we try to take our self so-called interest, self-driven process. We can go for it. It is from within ourselves. Until unless that initiative we will take as an individual, we cannot get reskilled. Under 4 circumstances, you cannot be reskilled. So you have to have uh, that situation in your mind that you keep on upgrading what come may. You keep on reading and learning new skills, and that helps you keep on being updated across age, across time period, and that helps you to become the most scarce resource of your organization, of your institution. Even at home also, if you are not able to reskill with the younger wards at your home, you will be totally redundant. The family will not able to deal with these youngsters. So this is what is reskilling is important from firm side, from individual side, from MBA side, from at home also. So at personal front, professional and personal front also, reskilling pays a lot. Let's understand now towards the situation how reskilling can take place. So I have talked in great length with respect to objective number 4, what is skill and what kind of a skills are required, what kind of a responsibility as a data analyst you have. Now, and then I focused on how to sharpen your skills, how to reskill yourself. And reskilling can be only possible at two levels. One is at firm level and another one is at individual level. So how it can be drilled in our system? Reskilling can be drilled in our system by looking into the gap analysis by our own self. So we are the best judge about our capabilities, about our so-called strengths and weaknesses. So in most of the MBA student start wondering what is their strength. So they go to the professors and ask what is our strength. So no professor can judge your strength, only you are the best judge of your strengths and weaknesses. So think, sit down on a chair and table, use a pen and paper, write down about good points and bad points of yours, do your SWOT analysis, come up with your strengths and weaknesses, and then you understand your gap analysis of skills to identify skills needed in coming times. That is the foremost important situation for everyone at all age, across, at corporate level, at institution level, at home also, comparing with the skill set. So this is benchmarking is concerned. So try to benchmark the best skills and try to acquire based upon your capabilities, based upon your domain areas. Participate in training, just like you are right now. Participation in the webinar. Participation in the webinar as an active participant. Do not only switch on and go away here and there. That will not suffice. So participation in active training and development will help you to acquire new skills. Continuous upgradation by reading newspaper, reading literature, reading about different economies, looking into the newspaper on daily basis, what is happening across. This is what is the part of upgradation. Sharing your existing skills, likewise, I am doing in the seminar. So this is the education is a wealth which nobody can snatch from you. It increases the moment you share it with others. So this you have to do it. Do not keep your data, your skill close to your chest. Nothing is close to your chest in current scenario. Everything is evident. So it's better learn new skills, share with others. Win over employee sponsorship programs, win over institutional sponsorship program. As you have seen that Dr. Divya has talked about, that I have got almost 3-4 scholarships based upon the way in which I have progressed during my doctoral scholarship is concerned. So all studies have been funded by German government. So this is what you try to ask your sponsor to ask your employer to sponsor your studies, ask your parents to support you as you are already getting support from your parents. This is also sponsorship. So all these sponsorship which you acquire, whether it's from the family, from the bank, from your employer, you have to return it back to the society. Whatever you have learned, you have to return it to your society for upliftment of your country, of your domain area, of your area, territory, state, etc. So going back to the B school, sometime it is required after 10 to 15 years of experience going back to the B school. So this is also important to do some bridge courses, to do some mass MDPs, to do some bridging courses, to take up new opportunities and promotions in the corporate life or in academia also. Attending conferencing and seminar, this is one of the most activity, because where most of the social scientists and scientists do participate, share their part of research, you learn from their research work and then go ahead with that. So try to acquire new skills by certification. So there are many certification as mentioned. There are many certifications you can acquire. These certification comes with cost. Try to spare, invest at least 10% of your income in upgradation your own self. Then ultimately this upgradation pays off in future. So it's a nurturing your own talent by your own self. Ultimately the potential in you, and they will try to nurture your talent by sponsorships, etc. So this is the way in which you try to get reskilled in the whole process. So this is what I would like to talk about, and let's do the conclusion. So today we acquire following skill with this session of precisely 45 minutes to 50 minutes. So we understood how we can talk about taking initiative. So taking initiative is one of the foremost important thing. Until unless you take initiative, you may not able to learn. So do not become a lazy, become an active chap to acquire new skills. Participate and do not let go the opportunities out of hand. Let others also involve. So that is what is nurturing leadership. That is what is making people participate in the system. So then you try to experiment in your life. So you keep on experimenting in your life, though it is easy to state, but very difficult to implement. It may cost a lot of money, it may cost emotional value at your family front also, but you have to deal with that. Experimenting, you should not forget experimenting, because whatever we have learned in our childhood, you should not forget. Please keep on experiment with your life. Commit mistakes, they are affordable. During your master thesis, during your MBA, try to take initiative. What if you fail? So it's a usual to fail. If you will not take initiative, you may not fail. So no work, no tension. So do not get into that mode. So get into the active mode. Try to take initiative. What if you fail? Nothing else. We can able to control it. It's a controllable environment. In life, people get failed, but they have to get up. So do not get boggled up with the failures. So keep on experiment. Ultimately, you need not to follow success. Success will be follow you if you follow these four major activities, and ultimately the success will find all of you, those who are there, and keep on experiment with your life. So ultimately, I would like to give this punchline stating that note everything, focus on your capabilities, and act where your heart pumps. Whatever you want to do it should be within your heart and mind. So I would like to, at the end, I would like to say thanks for inviting me for this session. I am grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor R.C. Kun, Dean, School of Business Management, Professor Anand, a good old friend of mine, and Dr. Divya, who is helping us in delivering this seminar. Thanks a lot, ma'am. And
Thank
last but not the least, our audience who have listened patiently this whole presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, there are two questions which have come up from the
Sure.
audience. First, what are the emerging fields in the area of business analytics, or you can say in the area of data analytics?
The major business themes are basically going for analyzing the data in a big way. So big data is one of the most leading area. Then you have machine learning. Then you have understanding data analytics using various softwares. So these themes are really important, and it is across domain, like in supply chain analytics, like in operation analytics, like in marketing analytics, consumer analytics, likewise in retail analytics. So these are the futuristic trends which we can use and think from the management domain. Whereas analytics is the most common application across the bio or medical sciences. In current pandemic situation, if you look at, there is a two major supply chain were never had a failure. One most important is medical, another one is the dairy industry. So these during this pandemic situation, which helps us to think again and come up with the new situations. This is one of the major things which we have learned, even whole world, like the most advanced countries like Germany, USA, and there are uh, there are huge list. I do not want to name other countries. It is learning for them, though they are advanced countries. Look at the situation that they are unable to deal with the unexpected uh, disruption happened in the current situation. So we need to follow our systems. We need to do the introspection. So medical science analytics or biostats analysis is also one of the emerging field, and the students from MBA, they may enter into these biostatistics also. So these are the emerging trends in the retail, in consumer, and in marketing are the quite common trends and most suitable trends. Even social media marketing is also one of the emerging situation where we can build our career, and these are most sought careers right now.
Thank you so much, sir. You include everything, so there is no need to put the second question. So I request my colleague, Dr. Jat-Pali Sharma, to convey vote of thanks to our speaker for the day, that is Professor Rajneesh Mahajan. Sir, your voice is not audible. Dr. Jat-Pali? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Professor Rajneesh. It was wonderful listening you on such a hot topic. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, sir. Audible.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Rajneesh, for deliberating on such a difficult topic. Generally, we all, including not only the students, rather even teachers, we run away from this analytics. So this is a very hot topic of today, and you have given lot of deliberations on this topic that yes, disruption leads to construction. Disruption leads to innovation. And definitely in this era of pandemic, when disruptions are taking place, new things are emerging. And this is where you mentioned in your lecture also that this is one of the platform which we are using, interacting. You may be sitting in Delhi, we are in rural area. In morning, we were discussing with the experts who are sitting in Oman. So these are the things that how we learn from disruptions. So you have given a very innovative and informative, and you have educated us on a subject which is very difficult for us, business analytics. And you clearly said that this business analytics is going to be the need of the day. It is going to be useful in all the fields of business, whether it is insurance, health, education, or any other sector. So it is very easy. So you well said that yes, if you work hard in the areas where you have the knowledge, then definitely success will follow you. So definitely, as per your advice, I'm hopeful that the students and other listeners, they will definitely focus on their abilities and they will try to achieve their goals by using those abilities. It was wonderful having you on our panel and deliberations for last 1 hour or so, and we hope to see you again in other maybe formal deliberations or any such type of platform. Thank you, Professor Rajneesh, for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thanks a lot for inviting me and asking me to deliver on such an important topic. Thank you very much. I hope so your students are going to get benefited out of this discussion. Thank you very much.
We hope the same, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
May I leave now, Dr. Saab?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay.
Dear participants, we will be back after an hour at 2 o'clock. Now we are taking lunch break. So hope to see you soon after the lunch break. We are having more speakers like Professor B.K. Nangla, Dr. Renu, and TEDx speaker Praveen is going to join in the last session at 3 o'clock. So hope to join you soon at 2. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Ji, you are audible.
Dr. Ajay.
Streaming is on.
Sir, welcome.
Namaskar. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. It is nice to see you on this platform.
So the time is the same.
You want to share? You want to show something, some slide or PPT?
No. I will speak in just.
Okay. Dr. Ajay.
Ji sir.
Professor Nagla is there.
Okay.
You start.
Just a minute, sir. Give me 1 second.
Okay, no issue. Sir, we have kept only speakers on this platform. Rest, all the audience, we have transferred on YouTube.
Okay.
This is live streaming on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ji, sir.
You can record it also afterwards. It can be used for
Yes,
this.
sir. Right, sir.
Because
if it is in between the session, sometimes students create some noise kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if somebody unmute the mic, the whole disturbance is created.
Yeah. That is the main problem sometimes.
Yes. On this platform, that is the main problem.
Sometimes mute, sometimes unmute.
Yes, sir. Right, sir.
So it happens generally. To us, every day it is everyday activity.
Because you have been visiting so many places. So these days you have to bear with this.
That is the only alternative nowadays. Instead of going any place.
Okay, sir. Can we start now, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, audience. After the lunch session, now I am so excited to introduce Professor B.K. Nagla, retired professor from MD University, Rohtak. Professor Nagla is a JNU graduate. He has completed his PhD in 1978 from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And now he has retired as a professor of sociology from MD University, Rohtak. He was retired in 2006. So that means we have a very, very experienced professor amongst us today. After his retirement, he has also worked as consultant at Kota Open University, and he has also joined at Banaras Hindu University as professor on Babu Jagjeevan Ram chair. It's also worth to note that he has been a visiting professor in multiple universities across India and abroad, mainly MSH Paris, the International Institute of Social Studies Indo-Dutch Program on Alternative in Development, the HOG, and also in India at Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Bombay University, Mumbai, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Kashmir University, Srinagar, Shivaji University, Pondicherry, Pune University, and University of Rajasthan. So he has also completed a large number of projects sponsored by various research sponsoring agencies, including ICSSR. He is a distinguished social analyst, and his work includes in political sociology, sociology of profession, sociology of deviance, and others. It's also very exciting to note that Professor Nagla has published 12 books and more than 70 research papers in national and international journals. Some of his main books are Factionalism, Politics and Social Structure, Political Sociology, Women, Crime and Law, Development and Transformations, and so on. He has also been awarded fellowship for doing MPhil and PhD at JNU for 5 years. He was also awarded ISC Fellow Award for the Growth and Development of Indian Society of Criminology that was given by the Council of Indian Society of Criminology. He is also awarded with a Lifetime Achievement Award from Rajasthan Sociological Society in October 2013. In September 2016, Sulbha International Social Organization has conferred Professor Nagla with Sulbh Swachhta Samman with gold medal for authoring an outstanding book, Sociology of Sanitation. Recently, in 2019 December, the Indian Sociology Society has also honored him to present the Lifetime Achievement Award. And presently, he is editor of Indian Sociology Society, a journal entitled Bhartiya uh, Samajtra Samiksha. He has been a widely traveled man, and he has covered a lot of countries for academic purposes, including but not limited to United Kingdom, France, Germany, Netherlands, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Spain, Singapore, Canada, and USA. So, with such a heavy profile, I think I could have taken more time in discussing about the experience of Professor Nagla, but I think it would be wonderful to hear him personally. Professor Nagla, we are so honored and excited to have you among us today. And as Professor Anand was sharing with you that now on this Jitsi platform, we are only the organizers and the people who would be speaking as experts. The rest of our audience are on another platform and they are eagerly waiting to hear you, sir. So, Professor Nagla, over to you, please.
Thank you. Your Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kohar Saab, whether he's here or not, but he is honorable to us. Professor Anand Sharma, the head of the Department of MBA, and distinguished scholars, friends, and students. It's a great privilege and pleasure to me that Anand has given me chance to interact with you, particularly on the 3-day international webinar. Now it is seminar is a webinar. Today I would like to discuss on the migration pattern, particularly emerging trends of migration in India. We have a typical situation about migration now and a reverse migration of like COVID. So migration is the consequences of the economic and political problems facing the countries where migrants come from. Migration because of sometime drought, civil war, or political repressions, or other socio-economic situation, are particular conditions or particular situation which we are facing today in a pandemic COVID-19 coronavirus infection disease, and it is a reverse migrations, unexpected uncertainty, and people never thought of it. They had to go. They have to go back to their homes from there they come from. So it is a different situation. There are displaced people for whom leaving their country is the only way out. These migrants are starting to the cause the political embracement. They create the political embracement for their own country also, and to the recipient country, and sometimes to the countries they take a transit also. So there is a mainly great pressure from underdeveloped to developing countries on developed countries like European, American, and Canadians. Generally, why people migrate? It is because of their migration is always from underdeveloped to developing countries or to developing to the developed countries. So generally, people migrate from underdeveloped to the developed. And the great loss of this migration sometime it is not migration to the workers only or laborers are migrants are not only laborers but many times the intellectuals also, students also, and this gives a great loss to the developing nation like India, for the which one has to face is a brain drain. uh, so people from third world countries having good qualification, but they do not get incentives or jobs. And the product of this country are best scholars and best students. They move for the better life to the developed countries. And this is not the situation in migration from the one country to another country, but this is similar situation prevail within the country for whom who move from one region to another region, means from one state to another state or one region to another region within the country also. The movements of people and increasing diversity of society are inevitable. Migration creates a significant financial and social benefits for migrants, for their families, for the countries of the origin and destinations. Workers move overseas away from family and friends to seek better employment that will improve quality of life for themselves and those loved ones they left behind. The salaries earned by migrants and resulting surplus funds sent home as a remittance constitute the second largest flow of the capital to the developing countries. So, in this context, I would like to discuss the concept of the migrations and its a theoretical perspective, migration patterns at the global and national level, regional levels, causation and consequences of the migrations, and migration process, which has the problem to adjust to the migrant as a adaptation or acculturations. So these problems and aspects I would like to discuss today. When we talk about the concept of migration, migration means human migration. Is the management of people, is the management movement of the people from one place in the world to the another. And there are two type of migrations, temporary and permanent. Whether, and yeah, you can say annual or seasonal also. And there's another concept that is immigrations. Immigration and there's a migration different. Immigration is one country to another country, and they move to for the settlement there. So moving to the new country for the settlement, the concept is used as immigration. Immigration also includes the concept of migrations. So migration sometimes has two things in the mind. One, migration is on the own choice, voluntary migration, which is of our own choice. There is a migration by involuntary, that is a force because of certain situation, people move to different places. So there is a migration patterns also. People move from one place to another place. It means rural to rural, rural to urban, urban to urban, and urban to rural. Now, for example, in present situation, people are reverse migration. It is a urban to rural. So, and generally, it is a step-wide migration also starts sometimes from village to small town and then metro cities and then nation and international levels. So, migration has a two things in our minds why people migrate. There are two factors. One, it is a pull factor, other is a push factor. Migration due to push factor, it is the unemployment, poverty, social insecurity, political instability, and ethnic conflicts. But the pull factor, it is a for better opportunity of employment, education, recreation, healthcare facilities, or some modern era because of the globalization there, some migrate for the business purpose also. So migration has some causes behind this. There are certain regions, and there are a number of reasons why people choose to migrate to one country to another country or one region to another region. Uh, and globalization has also increased the demand for the workers, employment and income due to the conflict of human rights violations. It is a general causes or reasons for the migration. So I try to discuss some of the theory which are based on these regions. We would like to briefly discuss these things to become the clarity about the migrations also. One is a neoclassical theory. This theory of migration states the main reason for the labor migrants is a wage difference between the geographic location. This theory describes transnational migration or transregional or trans-state because of their where people decide belong to the particular place, they do not get the same wages as they get the outside also. And this wage difference also attract to move from one place to another place. There is another theory that is dual labor market theory. Dual labor market theory, it is not the migrant, but migrants are also required by the other people also. Dual labor market theory states that migration is mainly caused by pull factors. In more developed country, or people move from less developed to the more developed. Migrant workers are needed to to the lowest rung of the labor market because their native laborers do not want to do these jobs as they present a lack of mobility. For example, in our own country, we have Bihari laborers in Punjab and Haryana. And another examples of the even high skilled immigrants from less developed to developed situation. For India, in a globalization era, or because of the development of your professional courses like MBA and engineering, so such students, they have better opportunity to move for the developed countries. So they require the other countries. They also require the high skilled immigrants from the less developed to the developed country. The third is a new economic of labor migration. This type of migration can be viewed as a result of risk aversion on the part of a household that has insufficient income, and they do not get the proper income or employment at their own place, and then they change the locations. And the next is a very important thing. Sometimes you have the things, but you are not satisfied. There is a concept of relative deprivations. Relative deprivation theory states that awareness of the income difference between the neighbors and other households in the migrant sending community is an important factor of migration. Due to the high level of economic inequality, move for better schooling for their children and better homes for their family, high skilled immigrants, we find it. It is a general nature of human beings. And when they compare with the one to other, for example, from one village, a person has gone already to the metropolitan cities or other countries and he is living better life. So it gives impact to the when he comes back and he narrates his about his life. It makes an impact. I mean to say to the other peoples, and they attract because of, and they feel relative deprivations, and that gives a impetus to move from their place to the other place. In a new modern system, there is another theory, world system theory. It is by Wallerstein has explained it. World system theory looks at the migration from a global perspective. It is a very much related to the present situation, and it explains that interaction between the different societies can be an important factor in social change within the society, because when you migrate one place to another place, you feel challenges and you interact with the people, other peoples, and you look at their life, you look at their quality, you look at their talent and brain, and you interact. So migration between these country, and this is because of the, it is also encourages this concept in trade and commerce, and this idea you can compare in our education system also. For example, in a classroom, a student come from a different state, different region, different language, different diversity is there. The interaction makes an impact to the life of to each other. So this is very important phenomena. For example, I give example. We have a very scholar, sociologist, Talcott Parsons. He was a student of, I can say that Amherst College is a well-known college in the America, and and he stopped the college and he asked the principal that you should give me a job in the same college. Principal told him that you cannot get job immediately. You may be brilliant, or you may be topmost of our college or something like that. But you go other country, you go outside and interact with people, learn a thing more, and then you think about it. Where do you want to teach the things? He moved to the England, he came to the Germany or different places. And when he came back, you see, he came back, he didn't require the job in that college also, because he got an enlightenment. He is not the one place, but he for the society. So a type of enlightenment you one get to the interactions also. We always, even our scholars, our saint, our even like Buddha also, he searched for the enlightenment. He was exploring through the sufferings, and through sufferings he developed the enlightenment. So this is a world system theory because of the modern globalization concept also. You see, globalization is it is a very socio-economic political process by which people of the world are incorporated into single village. We are becoming interdependent to each others, and because of this, and it is not happening. Globalization is not a simple definition that way. It has a meaning thing of the driving forces, like because of the science and technology which is developed, and it is spread over by communication technology, and people have trade and commerce and migrating from one place to the international migration has started because of this. It is a outcome of modernizations. So I have briefly tried to explain its theoretical building on the basis of the regions of migrations. Um, I can briefly present here the existing worldwide migration patterns. Though World Bank has published migration remittance Facebook annually every time after 2008, it is started from there. And substantial internal migration can also take place within a country, either seasonal human migration, mainly related to agriculture or tourism, to urban places, or shifts of population in cities like the urbanizations or out of the cities, suburbanization. Almost half of the migrants are women, which are one of the most significant migrant patterns changes in the last half century. Women migrate alone or with their family members and community. Though female migrants is largely viewed as associated rather than independent migrants. Studies suggested very complex regions about the migration. They are the top 10 destination countries are the people are attracted for the migration, that is United States, Russia Federation, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Canada, UK, Spain, France, Australia, even India also for the South Asia countries. And topmost countries of the where people move from one place to another, that is the origin of their countries, that is Mexico, India, Russia, China, Ukraine, Bangladesh, Pakistan, UK, Philippines, Turkey, etc. So this is the situation. But why people, as I told you, for the economic purposes, for employment, for the job purposes, people go to the migrant workers and they get money, and the money is remittances, and that funds is transferred by migrant workers to their home also. And among the top recipient in the 20% estimated a billion in the US dollars, India, China, Mexico, Philippines, France, these are the top which they remittent their money to their home places. A large number of migrants have flooded Europe in 2015, as hundreds of the thousands of people seek refuge from war, poverty, political uh, precautions, instability in their home countries. They are mostly from Africa or Middle East and Asia. So there's a pattern of also at the level of migration when you look at the global levels. Has the world become a for a migratory? Nowadays, look that whole world is becoming migratory. Migration has become more diverse both in terms of origin and destination of migrants. European countries increasingly have become migrant for immigrants as opposed to the procedures of immigrants. While for centuries, you see, where people are today moving for underdeveloped to developing or developed, even once even developed countries people move to the underdeveloped for the regions, they have been moving onward through conquering, colonizing, occupying, fleeing and settling in lands elsewhere on the globe also. And we Britishers move, French, Spanish, they move to for such purposes. And these patterns reverse in the second half of the century and 20th century. US has become the world prime destination with approximate 35 million migrants in 2000. Improve, you see that it's how why people move it because a better opportunity, and they have nowadays the communication and transportation have intensified migration. Technological progress has made the world more easy. as I discussed, I told you that globalization is not only one aspect, science, technology. It is a migration because of communication technology is there, technological development is there. So that's why migration. So migration trend in India is also the similar are little different. One important fact of the study on population, actually why people migrate, the important problem is the population. Population explosion is there. They cannot get the job at their home place. So naturally they have to move it. So population is the study of migration arising out of various socio-economic political regions. So population growth, and the another thing is it's not a equal development, even development, or it is an uneven development. And that's why nowadays why we have a wrong development in our own country. People are even our state are dividing our government are taking decision for the smooth running the division of the states, a smaller state. The concept of the smallest state is not the concept for the development. Development is the area which is not developed, you develop it rather than a smaller state. So this is so when a person moves from his birthplace, considered a migrant. This is according to census also. This may be due to the people move for the even female for the marriage, which is most common reason of for migration among females in India. For or sometimes for work, employment, education. Nowadays, educated girls nowadays also not only for the marriage, but for the employment or for the or people are going along with the males also. According to 2001 census, 307 million persons migrated from their birthplace in India. Opportunity in urban areas for the employment, education, etc. have been a pull factor, attracting migrants from rural to urban areas. There is also migration in the opposite direction from urban to rural area due to various reasons. Now, in a different situation, today also we are getting the example of this, why people in a COVID situation, these migrants are going back to their hometowns because of uncertainty. A majority among the migrants are found in the moving within the state. 85% age opposed to those moving across the state, 15%. But where these? Within the state, for example, within the states, we have example of Maharashtra, Delhi, Gujarat, Haryana, those who are developed states. Within the developed state, they do not go to the undeveloped or developing state. They move further developed. So such people, they try to go to the other countries, developed countries, rather than going to the underdeveloped state. So there is a large number of UP and Bihar migrants migrating out of the state. Women formed a sizable majority of the migrant population, and their region is more male is migrated, so their marriages and they are associated with the male. That's why they are migrating. They are interested in interested migration patterns. We also find it. Highest net of flow of migrants are in UP and Bihar, while those with the highest net inflow of Maharashtra and Delhi. And migrating from UP and Bihar to the Maharashtra and Delhi. Or why it is? Because of their highest fertility rate, because of population explosion, no development in their area, and no proper governance also. These are the three factors: population explosion, uneven development, and governance. And because of this, people move from their place to the other place. All the union territories in India have highest net inflow. Among the Chandigarh is the highest value. At 41%, people prefer to come to Chandigarh. Top destination for people living UP are Delhi, Maharashtra, Uttarakhand, respectively. For Bihar and Rajasthan are also some little bit similar. A clear trend is the consistent performance of the people across region to migrate into the states with geographical proximity. Generally, people move from the neighboring states. Similarly, it happens to the international migrants of the Bangladesh and West Bengals. They are also neighboring to our country. So it is a proximity to Bangladeshi, they come to West Bengal also. Migration across rural urban areas, more than half of the migration in India happens among the rural regions. About 40% of the migration towards urban areas. So a contra trend of Union Territory and northeastern states, over 70% of migration in these areas towards to the urban region, unlike the rest of India. This is a emerging trends which are I am reflecting it. There is a different situation for even mountains also. Mountains people, they are migrating because of the problem of water and environment. But in the mountains, the big capitalists, they are moving for opening the hotels and for their business. So such peoples are also moving to the mountains. This is a different type of migration in the hilly area also. So generally, when we look at we analyze whatever I have discussed, migration, it's a, for the women, it is a marriage, for male, it is employment and education in the states of India. In Tripura, forced regions, sometimes disasters, sometimes terrorism, such type of the different aspect also, which is related to the movement also. Kerala and West Bengal, people move because of housing related problem. Lot of people in the even people, old people sometimes they want peace. So such people also migrate for the hilly area like Himachal Pradesh. They migrate for the those retirement. So migration from underdeveloped to developing and developed, uneven development is a major cause for migration. Migration is a process of social change for economic betterment, political upheavals, education, and other purposes. Migration is not for the rural urban but transnational also. Rural urban migration is more likely to economic and educational leisure, whereas migration across nation may for socio-economic, educational, and political reasons. Anyway, such process involves not only living social networks but also include experiencing at first a sense of loss, dislocation, alienation, isolation, which will lead to the process of acculturation. So migration, in that context, we have the problems those who migrate, the problem with their adaptation or acculturation. I would like to briefly discuss these two concepts because the time going to looking at the time is 2:30. So from a broader perspective, adaptation is a process of change and adjustment to new environmental conditions. Initially, cultural shock following adaptation depend on many factors, motivation or expectations. Social cultural adaptation, it is possible when you migrate from your place to other place, you have to interact with the people of the host country, adapt to their culture, adjust to their culture. Sometimes psychological problem of adjustment is also. You have a sense of well-feeling or satisfaction and you have to develop a positive thinking towards to the host country also. And in this context, we have to learn the acculturation. Living with them, you develop their own culture. It's a combination of cultural change. This is a resulting from contact of the immigrants with the host populations. This is a process of acculturation. Culturation is based on two dimensions: maintenance the culture of origin, adaptation of new host culture. And on the basis of interaction between these two dimensions, acculturation studies can be employed. And this gives us four things. One is one keeps away, he is separated from the host. Other is you mix up with them, assimilate with them, and try to integrate. Otherwise, you will marginalize, you feel marginalization. So acculturation is important in the concept of survival and existential problem of individuals. So migration create a sometimes cultural identity problem, ethno-cultural identity of self as a cultural personality. This is related to history, language, society. So it creates a survival existential problems. So when we look at it, to wind it briefly, I would like to say we can concentrate in today's situations, which reflect broadly. One is one can concentrate. We come to the conclusion there are two problems. One is the identity problem, other is the economic development, and This is also because of four things. One is a population explosion. We are not controlling the population, and highest rate of population there, people move it. The second is a uneven development, which I highlighted it. Your area is not equally developed. Why people are moving from Bihar, UP to the Maharashtra or Delhi? Because Bihar, UP, it is equally developed. There will no imbalances. People will move from the Maharashtra and Gujarat and even Haryana, Punjab to the Bihar, UP also if they are equally. And it will not imbalance the structure of the state also. Why it is not there? These particular states are not having the proper governance, good governance. For example, Bihar, UP is historically they are very strong, and they have basic facilities. They have water, they have good lands, but the governance is not good. They are not going to develop it also. This is also. Now another concept is which our Prime Minister nowadays is asking for the self-dependent, जिसको वो आत्मनिर्भर की बात करते हैं. If the self-dependent, but people become the they make themselves, but they don't have opportunity, access, and because of this opportunity, access is not there in their own country or own state or own region or own village. Then naturally they are forced to move it. Looking at these four things, if we give attention to these our studies, population explosion, uneven development, good governance, and self-dependent, we will be able to solve the problem of the migration. Otherwise, these are the two levels. Migration is for the economic development. Now we have another situation of COVID is a economic loss. It's an economic loss because reverse migration, and they are migrating to their own villages, and they will not get the job there also. They will not get there again adjusted to their own place. They will be again migrate to this place. So one has to look at that, and it is the responsibility of the scholars also to explore the solutions. And we expect from our government, our rulers, look at their findings of such studies, how to move or how to solve the problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such a vibrant lecture. You have explained various theories. Now, may I request Dr. Ajay?
I have taken care of your time. You have given me 30 minutes.
Yes, sir. We are very much thankful. Any queries, Dr. Ajay?
Thank you, Professor Nagla, for your deliberations on to this important topic, specifically in COVID times. We have some questions which our audience have thrown up. So if I can take up some of those questions, it will be good of you.
Only 3 to 4 questions.
Dr. A.P. Sharma, he is faculty in marketing in Central University of Haryana only. He is interested in knowing your opinion about that. How do you visualize the reverse migration back to migration, especially in emerging countries like India? And also, he would like to have your opinion about the effect of this reverse migration on the socio-economic conditions of the laborers as well as the business houses.
Okay, it's a good because it's relevant in the present context particularly. Actually, we have this problem of reverse migration, and today's COVID situation or coronavirus infection disease and uncertainty or bhai, जिसको कहते हैं, fear has created to the mind of the people. And why it happened is also our government did the lockdown, but they without a proper thinking, and they also never thought of it. Sometimes it never happened. Immediate consciousness is not there to take the decisions also, and people had a lot of fear and uncertainty, and they were moving to the reverse migration only because of in these situations. But it is not the only the solution by going there, because where they are going, they don't have any opportunity or access to live there for a longer periods. If had they been there's this facility to in their villages, they would have not come to the these big cities and metropolitan cities. So reverse to the reverse, even a reverse square migration will be again there. Or already people those who have gone there, they are migrating again to them for in search of job. And the another theory which I given, the dual market theory. Even the laborers, they were demanded by these developed states for their agriculture, for their business, for their constructions. So they are expecting. So even Punjab has already started sending some buses, and they are fetching them for the migration. Reverse migration only possibility is that in a proper reverse migration for the economic development, if these villages are equally developed. Nowadays, the idea is that thing should not be in Delhi, Bombay, or Jaipur, Ahmedabad, or Pune, or something like that. Development it should be decentralizations. Everything should be decentralized and equally developed. Then you will find the reverse migration. Whatever people have come there, they can work. But in present situation, this reverse migration is toward to the economic loss rather than economic gain. This is a main problem tonight.
Thank you, Professor Nagla, for sharing your opinion on this. Let us take one more question before we proceed for the vote of thanks. Reena Yadav, one of our students, MBA student, she has asked this question. As we know that the laborers are key persons in manufacturing industries, then why manufacturing companies are not taking responsibility of their labors? And follow-up question is this, that migration is causing brain drain. So what is your opinion about this, especially in context of country like India, where our Prime Minister has asked us to be Atmanirbhar?
Both are very relevant questions. I give first a example about the manufacturing industry. You see, I told you that people don't have that much problem which it is created in their minds. Actually, even I come across with my a contractor who constructed my house in Gurgaon, and he has around 30, 40, 50 migrant workers with him. And he was giving salary to them also. And these migrant workers, even the construction workers, you find it, people who are giving money also. But in their mind, or by the rumors, or actually some type of prejudices or such type of things created in the minds of the people, they felt uncertainty, and they, without thinking, and they move for the otherwise, for example, the construction worker, they have their juggies, their slums there, and they don't have to pay also money further. But you must have seen in the media also, on the very first day, they have started shouting that we are starving from so many days. On the second day of the and similarly, media is also saying the economy loss is there, government has become a law. I mean, the first day. You see, in our country, and our culture, we find, yesterday also I was giving an example as the same. For example, when I was a child, my mother had a gulak, jisko kehte hain. So we used to save money. So whenever you earn anything money, you save money and for your future also. So this is not that within a day you become pauper. So, but it was because of situation or tense, it is created there. And because of this tense of pandemic coronavirus disease, that they lost the certainty what will happen, and people moved to this. This was the main region. It also had government could take care properly. For example, before lockdowns, I would say, for example, 10 days or 7 days, they would have announced that after 10 days we will go for lockdown. Whosoever wants to go anywhere else, they can move it. And so they will not have any problem also. And today, yesterday, we find that all the time government has to arrange for the hospital, quarantine, and they had to spend money. So government is also facing for the economic crisis. So this is the situation. But they think of it. They never thought of it. Sometimes they think for their even vote banks. They think that they will be in such situation, we will provide some food or some ration or some money, and we will catch them. This is the ideas, implicit understanding there. Otherwise, for example, even they didn't have the idea of the lockdowns. This will be the situation of the migrant person. Crores of the people, they will be on the roads. Even after lockdown, also they saw the situation in Anand Vihar or Bandra station. They would have postponed also. At that time, we didn't have so much cases for the corona also. So wherever the corona is increased, even we open the markets. So it is a matter of planning and thinking also. How do you think it? How do you look at the problems? So depend upon their think tank also. Though Prime Minister has a very good images or euphoria or very big ideas, but big ideas never give when they are not materialized. That is also another thing also. It's the important thing about this brain drain. You see, the last question a girl has asked it. You see, brain drain, you find it in our country, whatever the distribution of money for development, it is a lesser amount for education and health. And our even government, they talk about everything, very big things. And they, for example, we nowadays what they are thinking, we are engaging a webinar. Tomorrow they will say, oh no, you can go for webinar, you teach on the. So you see, this is not the solution. For webinar is a artificial intellectualism, but it does not give the creativity. Creativity comes in the classroom by the discussion, by interactions. So, but we don't have that plannings also. Government just simply do it. Forcibly, even many places, principal colleges, vice chancellor, they say that do webinar and everything also. But we think it. For example, looking at the things I have come across in it. For example, our people are asking for the promotion for one class to another class without examinations. But look at the Western model. I have come across one of the news that they will try to lose 1 year rather than going for promotion for one class to another class. Because they want to learn skill, they want real skill. That's why I'm saying we have a very big camouflage of slogans like skill development and make in India. And so we have all this. This is just like the new wines and old bottles. We have already MBA, we have already ITI or IIT. These are the skill. But these people do not have opportunity. And that's why they move from this place, the brain drain. But in this crisis situation, I have come across in a research study came from some other countries which I was coming in. People are feeling shaky like our migrant workers are shaky feeling. Some people are capitalist class. They are thinking about their students or their money in the Switzerland. They want to bring in our country. But they are thinking if we bring in our country, whether we are safe here or also not. They do not have the confidence this thing. So this COVID situation, it is not the problem of the worker only. It is a problem of upper class, capitalists also, and much more problem to the even nowadays is the middle class. Middle class, they cannot say they don't have even your ration card or BPL card or no money automatically, and they have to face all the crisis for the double crisis of giving the every day they will face about the increasing the prices about things.
Thank
We have to hear about it.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Nagla, for your answering of the questions. I hope that now let me acknowledge that there are a lot of other questions also, but due to scarcity of time, maybe we will pass on these questions to you and we can have a discussion like that. Now, since our next speaker is waiting, so can I now invite Dr. Anand Sharma to please vote of thanks for Professor Nagla, and then we may invite the next speaker in the line. Professor Anand, please.
I don't have words to express thanks to Professor Nagla. Professor Nagla, are you there?
Yeah, I'm very much here.
Sir, I'm very, very thankful. I don't have words. Out of your busy schedule, I can understand that out of a month of 30 days, 35 days, you are engaged.
No.
I can understand that you accepted our invitation and you shared your wisdom with us. And certainly this issue is very important, very relevant today. And you have focused on all the areas. And certainly some questions are unanswered. We have many other questions also. Sometime I will forward you through mail, and we'll make some other opportunity to meet you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, once again.
I am also thankful to you, and I am not mechanically expert like the technology like you, so I didn't prepare the PPT and something like that. I always speak less like extempo
Sir,
anyway.
that's not required. It's more communicating, sir.
In an unorganized way, try to make myself organized. So thank
it
you
was
very much
wonderful,
for
sir.
giving a chance
Wonderful.
and to interact with your scholars and students. I thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nagman. Thank you, Professor Anand. So now to carry on the discussion, we have our speaker in waiting, Dr. Renu Yadav. Dr. Renu, if you can please switch on your video, and you can please get your PPT in place if you are using PPT. By the time I introduce you,
Ajay?
yes,
Ajay,
Dr.
can you hear?
Yes, Dr. Renu, we can hear you.
But my video is not able to open. I don't know. From your end, can you do this?
No, Dr. Renu, it's only you who can do the video thing from your side only. In the bottom center of your screen, you will have this video thing also. You have to click on that.
Sir, actually, I know on the right hand side there is a video icon, but the thing is that it's not going to happen. So I request Dr. Divya, because she has access, or IT department, will you please on my video?
I'm afraid, Dr. Renu, IT department also do not have access to your thing. If you can please left the meeting and rejoin it, I think that will solve the issue. Dr. Renu, if you are hearing us, if you can leave the meeting and again if you can join it and use Chrome browser, I think that should solve the issue. Because the controls of making your video available are with you only.
Dr. Renu. Dr. Renu, are you there?
Dr. Renu? Dr. Renu? Dr. Renu?
Just to appraise you, Dr. Renu is getting back to us. I just had a word with her. She is rejoining the meeting. I think that should solve the issue. So please, we will have this wait of say hardly 30 seconds or so till the time she joins back.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible to you?
Yes, we can see you, Dr. Renu, and we can hear you also. So please, now you can share your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. So after that, actually my screen will be visible. So if in between it goes disconnected, then please let me know. So I will come to know that my screen is off. Okay.
Okay, no issues. So by the time you share your screen, Dr. Renu, let me introduce you to the audience. Dr. Renu in Central University of Haryana in School of Education. She has been associated with Central University of Haryana from last 10 years. She is MSc in Life Sciences. She is B.Ed, M.Ed and PhD, and her area of interest is women entrepreneurship. She has also been associated with NSS related activities of the university. So that way, she is very active, and whenever we get into any kind of academic or even non-academic program, she has always been very, very kind to accept wherever we meet her. So I think with this, we can call Dr. Renu, and over to you, Dr. Renu, now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajay, for your wonderful introduction. So now I am sharing my screen. I hope it is visible to you all. Dr. Ajay,
Yes, Dr. Renu, it is very much visible to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You can continue now, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, all these technical hitches. Sometimes if I go on, keep on speaking and it got disconnected. So,
No, we will let you know if something like this happens.
Okay, thank you so much. Friends, a very good afternoon to everyone. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Anand and Dr. Divya for providing me this opportunity. I'm really grateful to Dr. Ajay and Dr. A.P. Sharma as well for joining this session. And as you all know that we are facing this pandemic, and even if I talk in journal also, so then life doesn't come with a map. Everyone experiences twists and turns, from everyday challenges to traumatic events with more lasting impacts, like this COVID-19 pandemic, the death of loved ones some people are facing, or a serious illness, or losing job, and insecurity of the future. Each change affects people differently, bringing to a unique flood of thoughts, strong emotions, and uncertainty. Yet people generally adapt well over time to life-changing situations and stressful situations. In part, thanks to resilience, we will overcome. So, as you all know, that these are some of the figures where it says that worldwide 615 million suffers from depression and anxiety, costing global workforce an estimated $1 trillion in lost productivity each year. And as well, if I talk about the India, then India will suffer economic losses of $1.03 trillion from mental health condition. And this I am talking not when the COVID pandemic was not there, then it was estimated. So now we can that what will be the you can say multiplication of this particular problem, because as I was seeing the data just in April 2020, there was one paper which says that 1 in 20 teachers have mental health problem, and then in COVID it has been increased in multiple folds. So what's the all these are challenges we all are facing. What's the solution? I found that building resilience is a solution, because resilience is a dynamic process where an individual adapts positively to an adversity and have a feeling that we will overcome from this particular traumatic situation. Then I can say it's a kind of positive personality or an individual series of individual attributes that can facilitate the ability to cope when confronted with the stressful life event. Like, as you know, in this COVID-19 pandemic, many of the teachers I have found in newspaper, you must have also reading all this stuff, that some are having the fruit stalls because they have lost their jobs. And if this kind of situation come for the teacher, then how they will survive and what kind of you can say education they will provide to the student. So everyone is talking about that we should take care of the students, we should take care of their emotional well-being, their some mental health. But I think right now the teachers are in the dire need to have some strategies where they can build their resilience and where they can have that good emotional health. So that's why I have taken up this particular, because there are so many dimensions to this higher education, challenging higher education context in particular in this particular you can say pandemic time. But I have taken up only the teachers resilience, that how they can build their resilience, because I think the teachers are those you can say the mediator to who will provide the better emotional health to the students. So if they themselves are suffering from the bad emotional health or bad mental health, then how they will provide the good education to their students? So I think this is the, you can say, the current or the burning topic should be that how teachers can build their resilience. And these are the components of the resilience. If I say that what makes the resilience is that first is building the connections, having good positive connections with the others. Maybe they are the colleagues, maybe they are the family members, maybe they are the you can say students, maybe they are the administrator. If they have a good connections with others, then I think it will help them to build their resilience. Then the another thing is fostering wellness. Wellness is about their I'm here only talking about the emotional well-being, not about other kind of well-beings. If I talk about only the emotional well-being, so for fostering the good well-being, the wellness, the first and foremost thing which I found is that security should be there. Security in terms of the future, security in terms of the emotions, that should be there, because we all are working from homes, and we all are sometimes some people say that we work from home. I think we are doing double task. We have work for home and work from home as well. And so in that way that wellness is really needed for the teachers. Then they should have purpose in their life. Everyone, I think it's for everyone, that how to, what is your purpose in life. If you have a good purpose in your life, if you are satisfied with that purpose, I'm not saying that you should become an dean or vice chancellor or like this, but your purpose may be very different. If my purpose is to, if I get happiness in doing the gardening or cooking or whatever the task, if I feel that I should do and I will feel good in that, so I should have a purpose. However, here I am talking about long-term purposes. So this could be these particular hobbies or this particular, you can say, things can help you to build your long-term purposes. So then the healthy thoughts, there should be healthy thoughts, maybe we all are facing competition, maybe we all are in one way or another way facing stress, that if X is doing this, then Y have to do, and if Z is doing this, then X has to follow this. So maybe there are so many competitions among the teaching fraternity, but there should be healthy thoughts for oneself, that yes, I have some ability which is very different from others, and I'm very confident about these ability, and I will build upon these ability. So that will help you to build your good emotional well-being. So even if all these four things doesn't work, then don't worry. There should be you should go to a counselor. We should always have this habit that if I'm not able to cope up with my emotional stress or emotions, then there is no shame to take a help from the professionals. And first we can try to take help from the family members or friends, but if this also doesn't work, then we can go to the professionals. So these are the components of the resilience which I think are the very much important. Now, how to build this resilience, that is the, I think, the most significant dimension, that how to build this resilience. in my view, that if I want to build resilience among teachers, then their socio-emotional competence must be enhanced, must be built, and must be promoted. So first, this is the tool to build the resilience. There are so many tools to build the resilience. Some people talks about the you can say yoga, some people talks about the other healthy practices, but I'm here just talking about one aspect, as the organizers have given only 25 minutes. So I will take up only one dimension to build this resilience, is about the building socio-emotional competence. Now, what is this socio-emotional competence? That previously we used to talk about the emotional intelligence, and now I think the emotional intelligence is not a single concept. It is socially constructed. So nowadays everyone talks about the socio-emotional competence. So what is socio-emotional competence? It is about the socio-emotional competence or learning or skills is about using the skills, attitude, and knowledge to what? To identify and regulate emotions. First thing is, most of the time we are not able to identify our emotions. Okay, as sometimes I'm sad, I'm not able to cope, I'm not able to concentrate on something, but I don't know what are the you can say causes for this. So first I have to identify, yes, I'm feeling bad, maybe I'm feeling angry, whatever the emotions I'm feeling, I have to identify that emotion. Then only I will be able to regulate my emotion. I'm not here talking about controlling the emotion, because controlling something is like pressing the spring. If you control, or if you press the spring, it will come up with the double energy. So never ever control your emotions, rather regulate those emotions, especially in times of this particular situation where we have lot of uncertainty in terms of family, in terms of job. We have so many uncertainty. So we have to regulate our emotions. Then the another thing which I think is most important is to develop the positive relationship. How to develop the positive relationship? Positive relationship is about that how I deal. If I have two friends, for example, very simple example I am giving, that if I have two friends, then if I have a positive relationship with them, so maybe if I share my anxiety, my problems with them, they will not going to you can say publicize it in the public. Rather they will take care of my, they will understand my emotional you can say state in that particular time, and they will help me. At least maybe they are not the counselors, but they can help me to have a good counseling in terms of you can say suggesting someone who can solve my problem. Or sometimes we don't require even suggestions. I think sometimes we just require that someone should listen to us carefully, and then that's off, that give a you can kind of soothing experience in the mind. So that kind of relationship we should have, maybe with the friends, maybe with the life partner, maybe with the parents, maybe whatever, or maybe oneself also. Sometimes if you are, some people are so good in that they have a very good self management skills, that they build a very positive relationship with themselves. So in that case, positive relationship can be with anyone. So that's the part of social emotional competence. Then the third important dimension is to make a responsible decisions. As in general in academia we have seen that people takes the decision, then they back out. They will say no, this is not my decision, someone has said me, someone has pressurized me. See, in life whatever decision we are taking, especially in this particular challenging higher education system, where not only job insecurity is there, but rather we have to have so many other skills which we were not acquainted previously, like digital. As previous speaker was saying that I have not prepared some PPT because I'm not so techno friendly. I think most of the teachers are not techno friendly, and if you want, so we have to learn these skills. So if I have made some mistakes, so it's okay, we learn in that way only, because it's not always that I have done something and that should be the excellent or wonderful, because sometimes mistakes are there. So it's okay, even if I have made something, I should be responsible for my decision. In this I found a very good, you must have seen that movie, Jab We Met. So in that, the Kareena Kapoor was saying, her sister was saying that, why are you running from home? In life, you will suffer a lot if you do in that way. Then very good dialogue was there that I don't want to blame anyone in my life. Whatever the decision I have made, I will come to know these all sufferings are with my decision only. So in that way, I'm not saying in that way like a movie, Run From Home, but rather I'm saying that you should be responsible for your decisions. Whatever decisions you are making, one should be responsible for those decisions. So that's about the social emotional competence. So these are the 5 factors of the social emotional competence. These are the components of the social emotional competency. First, self awareness, that how you recognize one's own feeling, interest, strength, and of course we all have limitation. I can't be a you can say a person who is all rounder. I have my certain limitation, and we have to, I think the most significant one is when you talk about the self awareness, that you should know your you can say limitations. So we always say, okay, I will do it, but then if we are not able to do that in that professional manner, then we feel very you can say very low, that yes, oh, I have taken that particular thing on me and I'm not able to do so, because if, due to one or another reason. So the thing is that we should be aware about our own feelings and interests, and I think we should have a habit to say no as well sometimes. So that's the most important, I think. Then the another dimension or component of the socio emotional competency is self management and emotion regulation. How you regulate your emotion and manage daily stresses. As you know, in this challenging time, as a teacher, I usually face all this during online classes also, that students have their different stress. Okay, some are living in far-flung area, they don't have the access. Some are don't want to join this online stuff. They are saying that we will study ourselves, because they don't feel that much of comfortable when we used to teach in the classes. So in that way, that there are so many stress. It is in terms of teaching. There are so many other in terms of research, in terms of, you can say that your annual performance appraisal, and so many things are there which decide your own you can say career in coming time. So there are daily stressor, and those daily stressors should be regulated by self. Then one should know the social, third component is the social awareness. Social awareness means take perspective of others, because it's not always correct that if I am thinking in that way, that's the correct way to deal with it. Okay, as sometimes I think that I'm taking classes on one platform and that's the best platform. So sometimes students say, no ma'am, this is not a best platform. I don't have access to it, or I have problem with this platform, then we can use another platform. So we should be flexible in that way. And I think as a teacher, then lot of stress comes on me. Then I should know that taking perspective of other is really appreciable, and we should appreciate that there could be some similarity, there should be some cultural similarity, or some cultural differences could be there. I have to take care of all those cultural differences and individual differences. That's about the social awareness, and that will create less stress in me. So then the fourth component is about relationship and social skills, that we have to exhibit the pro-social behavior, and demonstrate the positive social skills. As nowadays, you know that every time we are reading or we are listening only the negative news. Okay, I know that is also necessary to know the reality of the, you can say, hospitals or the existing condition. But if every time you see that I'm going to die, so maybe you are going to die or not, that doesn't matter, but you will die with this fear that you are going to die. So that kind of the fear will create the negative thoughts, and that should be, so that should we have a pro-social behavior. So maybe someone is having, teachers are also facing some problems in terms of their socio-emotional well-being. So this model can be used to enhance the socio-emotional competence of the teachers. And we know why I'm stressing the good socio-emotional well-being of the teachers, because there are a lot of studies which says that the teacher's socio-emotional competence will certainly affect the student's socio-emotional and academic outcome. That's why now even the NCRT and all these organizations which previously just emphasize what are the percentage of marks, or we used to make the blueprint of academic achievement test where we used to give only the questions related to the content. Now the situation is that we really want that there should be learning outcome not only in terms of what you will learn from that, but you should appreciate, you should have that aesthetics also. You should appreciate why you are studying the science, why you are studying the social sciences, why you are studying the languages. So that kind of academic outcomes will get impacted if their teacher's socio-emotional competence is taken care of. So to take care of the teacher's socio-emotional competence, I think three factors which this model, you can say, proposes. That first, there should be a healthy teacher or student relationship. As nowadays we have seen that previously we used to say that in Gurukul this kind of system was there, where teacher used to sit with the students under the tree, and they used to impart the knowledge to the students, and students to hardly follow their teachers. Now everywhere, if you meet any old teacher, they will say आजकल के बच्चे तो बहुत खराब हैं, they will not take care. I think now the dimension has been changed, and we have to adapt those dimensions. Nowadays students have access to all these contents, this Google content, they all have the access. So we should not feel like that if some student is telling something to me, then it's a very bad thing. No, they have the access, and we if we are accessing the same source and they are also accessing the same source, then why they will come to your classes? So we have to build that healthy relationship of discussion, where you can say, you can consider their arguments, you can consider their opposition, you can consider their resistance, and then building different kind of culture, where you should not say that you should do in that way. If now in 21st century, if you are saying that you should not wear the dresses like this, then the student will say, oh, this teacher is very old fashioned kind. No, we have to adapt those problems which they are facing now. So if we consider their problems, and then I think, and the changing context as well, then there will be healthy teacher student relationships. And those relationship doesn't mean that you are not a teacher and your student is not a student. Rather, it's a kind of relationship of mentor and mentee. So we should, in this particular challenging situation where everyone is facing the problem, this kind of relationship is much needed. So that's the first dimension of teachers, that how the teachers' good socio-emotional competence will be built. Then the another dimension is effective classroom management. If I say effective classroom management, then when we transact the curriculum in the class, there are so many modes to transact the curriculum. As you all know that when we talk about the higher education system, pedagogy is there. We have to adopt that. But being a teacher, we always have this habit, no, I'm a teacher and I will tell to the students how to read. No, that there should be discussions, there should be brainstormings, there should be panel discussions, and those discussions should be used for the effective classroom management. As I have observed sometimes in my classes, that when we have a good brainstorming session, very good ideas come up from the students, because they too have that particular exposure to the content. They can build their own knowledge. So that in that way, this is a, you can say, tool to have a effective classroom management. Then the third component, which is important to build the teacher's social emotional competence, is about effective self implementation. I know that most of the schools in India, which I belong to the School of Education, and we have contact with many schools. And in so many years, I have seen whenever we go to the schools for some teaching practice and like this dimension, I have observed that every time the
Dr. Renu, I'm so sorry I'm disturbing you in between.
Yes, sir.
Just a very quick reminder that our next expert is waiting.
Yes,
So,
it's about last
very
slide,
quick
sir.
reminder.
In 5
Please.
minutes, I will close. Okay.
Thank
So that effective cell implementation require that we should have a, you can say, good transaction method. And so the students sell, because I have read a very good school case study of one North Australia. There is a school, you can Google it, and that's the school which is best to implement the cell among the students, which create a healthy classroom climate. And this healthy classroom climate, no doubt, will enhance the students' socio-emotional and academic outcome. And I think the most important is in this is that when this will go smoothly, then we will consider the contextual factor, or community factor, personal factor, or institutional factor, because context is very significant in developing the socio-emotional competencies. So these are the coping strategies which I have talked earlier as well, in one way or another. Like conflict management, you should have the empathy, positive self-talk, compassion, don't create stress, use images or visualization. So if you want to learn more about this, these are few of the websites which you can go through, and you can find the tools how to build resilience among the teachers. So I think that's all from my side. Thank you so much, Dr. Ajay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Renu, for your time. Now, because though we have some questions, but because you are our internal faculty member, so we can take the leverage of getting back to you with those questions anytime, because our expert is waiting. So I hope that I can take this much liberty.
You can mail me on my mail. That is
Sure,
always.
sure, we can do that. Now,
Madam, I would like to propose one line word of thanks from my side, although I'm not in structure. Then, madam, very much informative, and it is very much required for a teacher in these times of crisis when students stress. Certainly, these techniques can reduce the stress and make more harmonious environment in the classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anand, for the vote of thanks. Now, over to Dr. Divya.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. We are very grateful for your time and effort you have shared with us to share your knowledge on social and emotional competencies. Ma'am, you have rightly empowered our participants that how to use their knowledge, skill, and abilities in this such a tough time. Thank you so much. We are very grateful. With our one call, you're very ready to deliver a lecture anytime. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Divya. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going on to our next session. Mr. Praveen, you are online. Mr. Praveen?
Divya.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Divya.
So, hello. Let me introduce you to the participants. Mr. Praveen is in online industry from last 9 years. Currently, he's working in E&Y India, and it is very interesting to know that he has assisted and consulted many of the startups, and he's a very enthusiastic and very active speaker. So, without taking the time of the session, I would like to hand over the session to Praveen.
Thank you, Divya. First of all, it is a matter of extreme privilege and honor to be for me to be here in front of you, among you, and I would also like to thank you for organizing this webinar and inviting me. And to start with the topic, without delaying much, I believe I'm going to talk about the opportunities as far as the online education industry is concerned in India, and also some of the legal aspects pertaining to online education industry. Now, just to set the context to begin with, I'll start with an anecdote. So one day, Dr. Albert Einstein, gave an exam, a set of exam tests to his physics class. And after the exam, he was walking down the hall, and one of his junior assistants, one of his assisting professor, out of enormous curiosity, ran to him and stopped him and asked him, Dr. Einstein, isn't these are the same set of questions which you gave to the same set of students in the last year final exam? And Dr. Einstein replied, well, yes, these are the exact same questions and to the exact same students. But well, the answers this year have changed completely. And we are actually living in the same time right now. The education sector has undergone a drastic transformation in recent times. And we do not live in the same world anymore. And in this world, answers to the same old questions have changed, but the new bunch of new questions have arrived for which we all are seeking answers to together. And while we are fighting, the pandemic, the consequent after effects, and our, in this whole process, our innate trait of curiosity to combat, to survive, to grow and compete made us thrive and evolve, both as learners as well as imparters of learning. And in this webinar also, I would be addressing both education providers, the imparters of learning, as well as the learners. And the last 3 months, especially, were highly disruptive. I've been constantly observing the developments as far as the conventional education market is concerned, industry is concerned, as well as online education industry is concerned, which I am part of. And the last 3 months were highly disruptive for e-learning as well as for the entire education sector across the globe. We all have witnessed it. You guys have witnessed it, that by February, thousands of students have lost access to schools and colleges. And by March, almost all the institutions in the world got closed. Nearly about 300 million students, education of nearly about 300 millions of students have suffered, have got affected directly. And hundreds of conventional education institutes, schools across the globe are already shutting down because of the sudden disruption, because of, they could not transform earlier. And I strongly believe that certainly this COVID-19, certainly it has an impact. It has disrupted and has fastened the change which we were addressing. But before this also, if it would not have been there, anyways, we gonna address this change. We gonna had to face this change which was happening. E-learning, which initially essentially was considered to be non-conventional form of learning, picked up as a rescuer in these tough times, in these troubled times, and emerged as a champion. Access to the fast internet and multimedia devices, which we saw that in India also has picked up majorly, extensively with the help of 4G, and now the 5G is coming with the help of revolution, industry 4.0 revolution, which we also facing as a developing country. Almost 50% of the country has now access to the multimedia devices, mobile, laptop, with which they can certainly access to a lot of video content. And we also have seen the drastic shift in the consumer behavior, where we earlier used to see that the conventionally they are very skeptical as far as the consumption of content is concerned through internet. But now with these webinars, every day tons and tons of hundreds of webinars are happening every day. A lot of learners are taking benefit of these webinars with the help of internet and e-learning courses, online education courses, and are continuing their learning process. And not only in this factor, the consumer behavior has changed, but also as an industry, as we as managers, we as working professionals had to transform drastically the way we work. I'm sitting at my home, though I'm wearing a blazer and a shirt, but I'm sitting at my home and talking to hundreds of students. And for the last 3.5 months, we're working constantly from home. And the interesting aspect which I would like to share here is that not only the young generation members of this professional community and the learners had transformed. We were already transforming ourselves by consuming a lot of content online or delivering a lot of content online, but also the generation which was not ready to adapt to these technologies had to. Now I see that my dad is also getting adapted to the tools which he never thought that he would, and he had to unlearn what he already knew and learn new things which helped him to deliver, to perform as a working professional, to perform his duties as an individual. So we have changed this drastic shift. Now on the one hand, certainly the business got impacted. On the one hand, certainly these conventional education institutions had to transform and see the shift which is happening. But there is an opportunity as well, the opportunity of overall education industry growing, and the possibility of blended education ecosystem where online education and conventional education industries are part of one common stream, are supplementing each other, are complementing each other. And that is what is happening nowadays. So I'll share a small couple of slides I have to walk you through how exactly the shift is happening, how exactly we are what kind of opportunities we are seeing eyeing on, and pertaining to how online education industry have seen huge growth. I mean, millions and millions of funding is coming up to a lot of startups. A lot of edtech companies are coming up as a rescuer to the conventional education systems as well as to corporates. Even the big giants like Google and Microsoft of the world are coming up to supplement, to help these the industry as well as the learners to fill up that gap. Even to corporates, they are helping to enhance the skill set, the upscaling the workforce which are part of the teams. And the learning has not stopped. And again, all thanks to the online education industry and the edtech industry, which were struggling to create some dent in Indian market. Baiju certainly saw some huge funding, but now the industry validated itself, and now everyone accepts that certainly online education institutes have a lot to offer. So I just share my screen and PPT, to take you walk you guys on these couple of things.
Ravin, on the extreme left corner, can you see this share your screen?
On the extreme left corner, yes, I'm doing that only. Yes. So please let me know if you can share, see my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
All right. Great. So, all right. So what we are witnessing is industry 4.0, and just a second. So that all right. So in this slide, I just wrote three terms. That one is Industry 4.0 and second is Education 4.0. Now, what is Industry 4.0 is basically the fourth revolution which we are witnessing. Now, in Industry 4.0, so the industries are evolving and transforming in a big manner, in a way where the conventional industries are transforming itself with the help of Internet of Things, with the help of technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, as well as robotics. And these technologies are coming up with a big wave, and that will change almost the 60% of the conventional job market, which we used to do, and they will transform at least 60% of the job market, and of that 50% of the work will completely get automated in the next coming decade.
Ravi,
And almost all the
sorry to
industries are
interrupt.
having
Ravi,
a
sorry
drastic
to
shift.
interrupt.
Hello.
Your screen is in the YouTube link. Your screen is coming very small. Can you place it on the slide show mode?
Oh yes, really
Yeah.
sorry for that.
Okay, fine.
Is this fine?
No. Just your PPT is not visible.
That's
Yeah.
now is it?
Now it's fine.
All right, perfect. Now, okay, now to align. Now, what is Education 4.0? Education 4.0 is basically an approach, an effort where education institutions are transforming themselves in alignment with the Industry 4.0. What do you mean by that? That with the help, when fourth industrial revolution is coming up, so basically it will create a huge gap. It will create a huge gap among the existing skill force and the demand of the industry, as far as the 4.0 mechanism is concerned. And Education 4.0 is an effort with the help of which we are imparting those skills, we are upskilling, we are trying to match up, add value propositions to these skill force, so that we can create a workforce which is ready to adapt the Industry 4.0. And again, in Education 4.0, the prime focus would be on all these technologies. And certainly the course curriculum will change, and a lot of new technologies will come as far as the imparting education is concerned. As I already said, the conventional education ecosystem will also get help of the online education industry, and both will supplement each other. Online education industry would become a core part of imparting education, which government also now is recognizing and taking a lot of steps to come up with. And to begin with, I'll just right. Now, what is the new normal as far as the Industry 4.0 is concerned? And as I said earlier, that does not matter that, if the COVID happened or not. COVID forced us to do certain things immediately, which we were not ready to, or which we were adapting to slowly. But anyhow, the new normal had to come, and it was coming. In this new normal, the constant changes and disruptions were happening as far as the conventional industries are concerned. The markets were getting volatile, and the geopolitical conditions were changing everything, the way we work. And even in this new change due to COVID, the term globalization also has transformed and taken a new shape altogether. And now we are seeing the digital globalization is there. Certainly the interaction is happening, the content has been shared globally across all the channels, be it entertainment, be it talking to your friends, visiting, gaining experience of different countries. Everything is happening digitally. And as well as the learning, globally, the learning institutions are exchanging and collaborating in a way that the education is also being shared globally, but without traveling to that particular country. And then in this disruption, in this new normal, the new workforce had to be come in by evolving their existing skill sets, and disruptive technologies and new business models are taking place. The compliances requirements and the scrutiny of the stakeholders has also taken a huge leap. Now if you see that online education industry has become the part of the complete education ecosystem, a lot of compliances and regulations will take place. Government of India has already proposed the new education bill 2019, the new education policy 2019. It's in draft, and soon we'll see that it takes shape of a reality. And as I said, that the globalization has a new meaning now. So you see that in the new normal, globalization is competing versus nationalism and isolation. So one particular country cannot be in isolation. It has to adapt the digital globalization, which is the, again, new normal we are seeing. And the innovation and the speed of this innovation is very aggressive. A lot of mergers and acquisitions. We'll see Coursera is coming up in a big way, tying up with IIMs, IITs in India. We see that Upgrade is coming up in a big way. All these startups are part of the global online education ecosystem. From US, these companies are entering to India. They're tying up, they're doing collaborations with this conventional institute, impart education in areas where a lot of upskilling and reskilling is required. And then some challenges are also been faced because of new normal, that the retention of talent. When I say retention of talent, not into the existing skill force, but obviously training the existing skill force to make them ready with all these changes. Organizations are also facing challenges, that not only they have to adapt with this wave of new technologies, but they also have to make their workforce, where their talent ready, so that the growth does not get hampered. And that's a challenge which organizations are facing, where they would need help of educational institutions. Now the processes are getting complex. The big data, the data mining has to have happened in a big way in every sphere. And again, the shift of global economic power is transforming. What I was talking about, the gap. Now, where's the gap? And now, after this slide, I'll come to how the job opportunities are there as far as the education industry is concerned. Now, when you see that the upskilling, higher skilled analysts and strategic thinkers we need, because again of the big data, there's a lot of data which is going around, and people need a workforce. Organizations need workforce who can understand this data, mine this data, get inferences, and help management to take decisions. We need teams which adds value to these organizations. We need to build capabilities and invest in retaining those talents that as I spoke earlier. And we need to adopt technology by addressing, again, reskilling the existing workforce and composing the new workforce, which is gonna come with the help of education institutions. Now just to explain basically what online education market is, how it has been divided in various sectors, and how the conventional education institutions, higher education institutions, can be part of this. If you see that we can divide online education market in primarily 5 segments. One is the primary and secondary supplemental education. Second is test preparation, that is primarily dominated by the private institutions, coaching institutions. As we see that Akash, the coaching institutes for IIT, JEE, and then for CS, test prep coaching institutes are been thriving. Now, test prep is something where edtech has entered and created disruption, where without going to Kota, without coming to Delhi, you can prepare for IIT, JEE, or CA exams. By sitting across, sitting at your home and learning from anywhere, anytime, any device. The third segment is reskilling. and online certifications. In online certification, certainly higher education institutes would want to enter. We'll talk about that in later in this webinar. Reskilling and upskilling online certification courses are again primarily dominated by the niche quality education edtech companies. We call for example, we're talking about big data, AI, artificial intelligence, or machine learning, or automation, or robotics. Now there are niche education edtech institutions who come up to rescue the corporate sector, that we have the know-how and we will train your workforce, we will train the new learners, we'll create the new talent so that you can hire from those talents. And these reskilling and upskilling certifications are right now 37% of the online education market. Though these certifications are not yet, are normally not accredited by any universities, but now the partnerships are happening. Now the government of India has allowed that as well. But earlier it was like self-accreditation system, where an institute, like for example in EY, we have EY Learning Solutions. In EY Learning Solutions, we provide almost 15 to 20 technology courses. We provide the compliance, regulatory related courses. For example, if GST has come up, now you need to transform and train the youngsters as far as the new laws are concerned. So we as EY, create that content, train the new young generation workforce, train the existing workforce, so that they are ready to face the complex law, so that they understand, they learn and adapt. So the reskilling is certainly an important aspect, where not only the corporate had to have a lot of help, but private institutions and edtech companies came to rescue the corporate sector. Then there is higher education segment, where again we saw a lot of transformation is happening. Recently, MIT University have launched this completely online university with postgraduate and graduate programs. A lot of other institutions are coming up with a diploma and completely online diploma and certificate programs in collaboration with the giants like Coursera and Upgrade or Udemy. And we have seen IIMs and IITs coming up with certification courses, diploma courses, again in collaboration with private institutions who have created a niche in creating technical content in this area. And then there is language and casual learning courses, and this is very interesting, where with the help of online education market, online internet learning, not only you can learn the hard skills, but also the soft skills. You can learn how to play guitar, you can learn how to create a movie, direction. A lot of language courses are coming up. So it began with the language courses, but now casual learning is actually taking a big leap. So that's how you divide the online education market. What kind of job opportunities we see? The market has grown significantly. By 2021, as per one report, it was going to be around $370 million market, and now certainly with this disruption, we see that number is going to grow significantly. And I see that it will become in next 1 year, 2 years, it will become a $1 billion industry, which is huge. And then to cater to that industry, we need a lot of workforce. We need a lot of video editors. We need trainers who can actually train in virtual instructor live training mode, that is VILT, in satellite mode, in completely asynchronous mode, where recorded lectures are being recorded, so you don't have to travel. So you need trainers who understands technology, how to record a content, how to create an engaging content. Then you need a lot of course designers who can create curriculum as far as understanding the corporate, as far as understanding the need of the industry, and come up with innovative ideas of courses. You need a lot of graphic designers. You need to make these learning experiences more interactive. that is something which the industry will go towards. A lot of interactive courses will come. A lot of simulations will get added to the existing normal video classes. Case studies, live simulated examples, virtual ecosystems will be provided. And for that, we need skill force who can transform the content, visualize it in a manner, and present it to the learner so that the impact of that tutorial increases significantly. Now we need a lot of technicians, operators, who can operate LMS, who can coordinate for learning management systems across different channels, because yes, everyone is sitting remotely, they're not sitting in the same room. Then we need counselors to support learners. You will have a lot of doubts, you will have learners would have a lot of Q&As. So you need a lot of counselors who can constantly have the queries from learners. You need administrators, you need IT professionals to set up LMS. And when I say LMS, it's learning management system. Again, EdTech will not only is providing the content creation. So when you say e-learning industry, so there are trainers, the stakeholders I'm talking about. There are trainers, then there are learners, the students or working professionals who seek to learn from online education to enhance their skills, to upskill themselves, to learn new things. Then there are content creators, as I said, niche content provider. For example, if EY has an expertise in banking, in insolvency, in taxation, in compliances, so we create content around these areas and picking up the trends which are changing, picking up the trends which will be creating a gap, and trying to fill that gap with the high quality, value added courses, high quality content. Then you have edtech companies who, with the help of technology, are supplementing the content creators to impart the education to learners. And obviously the trainers can take help of the edtech tools and technologies to create content. So edtech companies provides innovative learning management systems, innovative tools with the help of which trainers can create content. So that's how we see that these are the stakeholders, and these many opportunities certainly a billion-dollar industry can create in future. Now, coming to some of the legal aspects, as far as the higher education and certification courses are concerned, UGC, so there are guidelines, UGC Online Courses Regulations 2018. You guys, I request all the teachers, to go out and, especially who are part of the higher education institution ecosystem, I request all the teachers to go out and read these two policies. One, the Regulation 2018, the UGC regulation, and the National Education Policy Draft 2019. Now you see that there are certain, you can read the text, there are certain guidelines. These guidelines basically are pertaining towards what kind of certification courses can be provided. There are some minimum requirements, there are some credit scores which has to have part of these courses. For example, the conventional courses of a BCom conventional course is there, and if 20% part of that course, some value added electives needs to be added, then there has to be a parameter where the credits can be counted. Then there are again certain guidelines from National Institute ranking frameworks, that top 100 institutes are there. There is a list of blacklisted institutions which constantly needs to be checked, where we have to be very careful that these are the institutions which are not accredited by UGC, and students and learners should be very careful before enrolling to those courses. Then the new policy basically specifically talks about the MOOCs, massive open online courses, and these are the government initiatives, which we have. These are the government initiatives that we've seen coming up. Government is taking recognition of the need and the demand side, and obviously, due to this pandemic, had fastened their efforts in terms of helping millions and millions of students across the country. We are the youngest country in the world. Millions of students across the country, so that they get imparted by the required education, the basic education, as well as they get skills so that it makes them employable. So the massive open online courses are are very huge focus of this new policy draft, and then online education as well. And Department of Education also will be offering a lot of programs, be it blended, part-time, and the distance learning. For example, the initiatives like IGNO is also transforming the SWAYAM or Arogya initiatives of government. Certainly, you can see that a lot of free content is there. A lot of current teachers, trainers are creating the content which will help the learners to get the basic education as well as skills, to get be to become employable basically. So yeah, I mean that's all as far as my content was concerned. So I would say that certainly hopes and dreams combining with ideas will create a beautiful future where learning will have no limits. And again, over to you, Divya. I would request if you guys will have some questions. I hope that I could.
Yeah, Praveen, there are a few questions which have come up on the YouTube live streaming. I will be sharing with you. So, first question is how you see the use of technology in legal aspects, as currently many session courts are using online platforms,
Right.
and this is causing unemployment. So, what do you comment on this thing?
So can you repeat the second part of the question? The first part I understood.
Yeah.
That what are the legal implications we can see? Can you again repeat the second part of the question?
And see, it is taking the job of many of the people when we are doing the work from with the using any of the platform, or we are using online platform. So this is taking the job of many people. So what do you say about that? These platforms are taking the job of people. So what do you comment on that?
Certainly. Okay.
Yeah.
I beg to differ with that notion, with that thought. What I have seen, so I have been part of the online education industry since last 9 years, and because I was part of online education industry, I closely observed, monitored the complete education ecosystem of our country. And if you see that over the last 2 decades, we have come a long way. Initially, in late 2000, before somewhere in the recession time, 2008 2010, we saw that online education in Europe, in West, is taking place. And in India, in the last 10 years, we have seen transformation and huge shift. Actually, it has created a new market, Divya. It has created a new market. A lot of new startups have come up, and these new markets have created new opportunities, rather taking up the jobs. They have not only created new opportunities, as far as the job market is concerned, but also for trainers, for teachers. So when I spoke about 5 segments, you must have noticed that one of the segments of the online education industry was test prep. Now I've seen the test prep shifting. How? So we used to work on a product called caclubindia.com, and there I went to Lakshmi Nagar. It's a hub where a lot of coaching institutes are there, which imparts tuitions to thousands of students. And it was very difficult for students to come stay there. Very bad situation of the whole society over there, and the institutes were not in a fine condition. And suddenly the online education in CA test prep came in, and it disrupted the existing coaching institutes for a couple of years, but then they transformed, and it opened the plethora of new opportunities for these institutes who adapted and created content. Even talented teachers could transform their content online and disperse through pen drives, through DVDs. Even the popular teachers could do that. And now obviously online streaming. And now I see that even teachers, trainers are taking benefits of live online platforms as well to impart education. And I saw that their revenue, they could earn a lot, because of this adaptation. So yes, it will disrupt the conventional industry for a while, but eventually the both will merge together, and it will create a lot of new opportunities. So basically, any new industry when comes up, it comes up with the new opportunities, with the new more roles, more jobs. So that is one. Second, again,
What do you think that?
please.
Yeah. Second question is, what do you think that e-learning leads to much distractions for the youth, and it is impacting the mental health of few students? So, can you comment on that? What are the scope of betterments which are involved in this e-learning industry?
Right. So Divya, as a matter of fact, I also, have studied psychology, and I speak on the mental health issues a lot. I am an advocate of creating an awareness around mental health issues, and it's a very interesting question, especially in times of this lockdown, COVID. It is very, the so why the conventional education is required, because it does not only give you knowledge, it does not only give you skills, but also it gives you an ecosystem where you can go out and interact socially. It increases, it enhances your social skills, it enhances your problem solving skills. And we, human beings are social animals. So certainly if you're sitting across the home constantly looking at the screen, uh, to to learn new things again, and to watch, for entertainment as well, so you're constantly stuck with the screen but are isolated physically. So yes, it is very challenging, but as I said that, when we'll when we'll cross this, when we'll overcome these challenges, and when the pandemic will get over, things will get normal. We will see the new normal. The new normal would be that we value the conventional education, but not only the institutes, conventional higher education or primary education institutes would understand that we can fasten the learning, and we can take both the sides hand on hand to enhance the experience of the learner. As for now, I see that yes, it can impact your mental health. I really suggest that you should have separate times, strict discipline, and a schedule. For example, on these days you will start, at this time you'll start your learning, at this time you'll end it. This will be the time you'll sit with your family members, because we are in the close proximity of our family members only. You'll have different rooms for different work. You have to be very innovative when it comes to arranging your schedule. What happens that, when we used to go to office, when you used to go to in institutes to learn, we had a schedule to follow, and that schedule has got broken, and because of that, we are facing these mental challenges because we have not been able to adapt, and we have to take a lot of decisions, and our mind hates taking decisions. So certainly it will be challenging. I request the youngsters who will face these challenges to get counseling, to talk, about the issues they are facing. Certainly, a lot of screen time can ignite the negative feelings which you are having because of some other reasons, maybe. So you have to be very careful. You have to be much aware. You read about this stuff and plan it accordingly.
Praveen, next question is, see, MHRD is working on the collaboration of this combining the online and offline mode of learning
Right.
after COVID. So what, according to you, what are the measures should we take to combine this online and offline platform?
Okay, what measures as an institute, as faculties and teachers?
As a faculty, or you can say this question has been put up by a student, MBA student. So
Okay.
what measures can we take to combine the online and offline mode of learning? Yeah.
All right. So I've been talking to some of the students, last week, and so the student asked me that, how exactly, they should see the future, transforming. So I said the same thing which I'll share here, that what you need to do as a learner, as a student, if you're already a part of a conventional course, let's say you're pursuing MBA, you're pursuing BBA, or you're pursuing, any professional course for that matter, you understand that you need to be ready for job, and that's an immediate result which you're expecting as soon as you get graduate, get become graduate. And then you So that's a small aspect. But finally, you would want to build a career, and that's a larger picture which you need to see. So what you try to understand is, first, to build a career, you need to understand the industries. And I mentioned industry 4.0. So as students, as learners, I request you all again to understand what does industry 4.0 means, what kind of technologies are coming up. And now the course you are into, you see that, okay, if I am studying this conventional course, what are the new technologies are coming up and how these will impact the course which I'm which I'm pursuing, and the career which I want to build. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you have to create a nexus where you understand these industries, you understand that what kind of skills you would want to have, not to become only employable, but also to build a career, and in which industry, and how that industry will use these technologies in that manner. And then you explore the certificate courses online, which are not part of your curriculum. You go for Google certifications, Microsoft certifications, learn technologies like AWS, Azure, if that matches with your career goal and the conventional education which you are pursuing. So you need to understand and figure it out, that what certification course, what elective subject, if your institute has provided you some online course. So you need to match that, whether it would add that value or not, which will help me to build a career at a large. And that is something as a learner which you need to understand.
Thank you, Praveen. Thank you so much for giving such a powerful session. I am so overwhelmed to hear you, and it is very happy to just listen few thoughts from my senior. So, as you rightly quoted, that COVID immediately led us to adapt those things which we were adapting very slowly. So yes, you have rightly empowered the student to adapt this change. And yes, it was very motivating lecture. You included all the positive sides. And thank you so much, Praveen. We look that we will have future collaborations, and I will invite you in future events also of my university. Thank you. Thank you so much from the whole Department of Management Studies, Central University of Haryana. Thank you so much.
Divya, I would like to thank you again to the university, to the teachers who are behind this webinar, these experiments, these experiences for the learners. I thank you that you considered myself to be invited here, and certainly I would look forward to future collaborations. I'll be happy. I really enjoyed this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Praveen. There is information for the participants now. I would like to share that tomorrow we are going to join with you guys at 10. So hope to see you tomorrow. Let's connect with you guys at 10. Thank you. Thank you all. Tomorrow's session is going to start at 10. I am repeating, tomorrow's session is going to start at 10. Thank you. Thank you all.